1 combined room, 2, 3 combined rooms, 4, 5 combined rooms.
can't do it.
It makes sense to me because you don't have students and they're like in and out of the rooms.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. So like houses that way.
Yeah, you're right.
2 and 2.
Got it. Well, that makes sense.
Whatever.
I mean,
Okay. I didn't.
we can do an emergency posting. This qualifies as an emergency.
No, I'm reading.
It's like me typing while I'm going through everything with them. It's like.
I get it for the most part, but yes, I understand why they would look like that.
Where's Pat?
That way. Oh, Courtney, actually,
Mrs. Chisholm!
Patricia! I was just looking, I don't know what.
Late as always.
Oh, not that way. Jump over.
Number, yeah.
All right, committee, we ready?
Yes.
Well, let's let Pat get in there. Hold on. Oh, wow. This guy's quiet down fast for my juniors. All right. All right. I am calling this meeting of the Woburn School Committee to order. Please rise and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman and members of the audience, please, if you would remain standing for one moment of silence for a recent death. Mr. Vinny Ravella, high school teacher at Woburn Memorial High School, passed away recently. May Vinny please rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Moran. All right, would the superintendent please call the rolls?
Mr. Austin.
Present.
Ms. Chisholm.
Yes.
Ms. Cormier.
Present.
Ms. Crowley.
Present.
Mr. Morenin.
Present.
Ms. Wetzel.
Present.
Mr. Lipset.
Present. All right. So a few things before we get into public comment tonight. First, members, as we had a few people, especially in back, who had some trouble hearing us last time, I just want to remind everyone, please have your microphones close and speak into them so that we can be heard in the back of the room. Thank you. Members of the public, we obviously have a very large crowd here tonight. I appreciate everyone who's coming to speak with us, to listen in, to hear. I need to remind people to please be respectful. We are trying to conduct a public meeting. We will have business to discuss. People in back, people in the audience are going to want to hear what we have to say, and they're going to want to hear what people standing at that microphone want to say. So I'd ask you to please limit side conversations. I will once again ask you to please hold applause. We are in for a long night. I am happy to have a big round of applause at the end for our speakers. I can't tell you to do that, but I can ask you politely so that we can make sure that we are able to get through what we need to get through tonight. All right. I expect that we're going to have quite a bit of public comment. I welcome that, but I want to make sure we are able to do it efficiently and do it in a way that best supports the decision that we have to make tonight. All right. So thank you for that in advance. All right. We are going to move now into public comment. So I remind members of the audience, if you wish to speak with the committee tonight, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or shorter. Please refrain from any direct attacks against Woburn Public School staff. And if there is anyone in the public who would like to address the committee, you may come up. And we will waive the 3 minutes for large groups if one person's doing the talking. So this, I think, qualifies as a fairly large group.
Good evening. We are the educators and staff of the Lynn Scott Rumford Elementary School. We stand here united in solidarity to again address our concerns regarding redistricting options 3, 4, and 5. We appreciated the discussion we heard on Monday night amongst committee members, our colleagues, and the parents of Woburn students. We hear the many concerns voiced toward all options, and we understand that any redistricting affects families, students, and staff in different ways. As we mentioned on Monday, we think it is inequitable and unjust to close an entire elementary school and displace its whole student population, allowing none of our 200-plus students to attend their neighborhood school. It would also displace our entire staff. which collectively has many years of experience and seniority in the district. We feel the effects of our displacements would be felt throughout the schools in Woburn, leaving much unknown at this point in the school year. We also firmly believe that the Linscott is not an appropriate place for an early childhood center due to concerns over equipment, parking, layout, safety, and accessibility. As Ms. Crowley mentioned Monday, we agree that it would be helpful to have preschool in one place. However, the desire for that should not mean a rash decision to make that place the Linscott. It's entirely unfit for the needs of an early childhood program. Please tell us, aside from the lower size of our student body population in one small elevator, is there any other factor that makes the Linscott building appropriate for an early childhood program? And given the rate at which we're mentioning the program is growing, the number of available classroom spaces would soon be insufficient anyway. It does not present a well-thought-out plan on what a preschool facility needs to be. And as Ms. Chisholm mentioned on Monday, the costs to make the Linscott anywhere close to appropriate to become a preschool center would be astronomical. In response to how much it would cost to renovate the Linscott, Ms. Ryan pointed out that a study would need to be completed to accurately answer that question. How can this possibly be done with the timeline we're working with? Finally, we were the most concerned to hear that there was no transition plan for any affected students. We share the concerns expressed on Monday by community members and even committee members that this entire process is just moving too quickly. Once again, we implore you to focus on the social and emotional well-being of the children of Woburn, disrupting as few as possible, and having a well-designed plan in place to help them through any changes. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. If there is anyone else, oh, I see someone else. Maybe just give them a minute to.
Yeah.
Thank you. They did. Also, just for the audience, if you do come to speak with us tonight, if you could please leave a copy of your remarks with Jean McLeod, our recording secretary, when you are finished, so that they can be entered into the record. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Derek Genova. I and my wife are both educators. Not in Woburn, though. I'm also here speaking for her because between soccer tryouts and softball, we're going a lot of places tonight. We have two kids, both currently at the Malcolm White. I think the one thing that we want to stress to you school committee members is that you represent everyone in the city. I know you've heard a lot of parents concerned about Linscott. I get that. Who wouldn't love a neighborhood school? When we bought our house 12 years ago, pretty much right across the street from the Clap, we're like, oh, this is going to be great. And it immediately closed. And now the kids go to the Malcolm White, and it's good. You know, they like it there. I didn't speak earlier this week because I was under the impression you all understood the urgency of this situation. But now I'm speaking because I'm getting the sense that a lot of you are wavering about the need to do redistricting. If nothing is done next year, it's my understanding the Malcolm White will not have a library. Across the district, special education students will be getting pull-out instruction in the hallways. Some schools have, much bigger class sizes than others. This is an important thing, and the reason that, people are concerned about the pace, the reason that this has happened is because it's an emergency and something needs to be done. There are some deep inequities between the schools in Woburn. We need to address them. Just because you may not be hearing from some of the parents of these places does not mean that the problem does not exist. There are also probably parents of very young children who would probably love to there be an early childhood center, but are not yet plugged into the school and government systems here and don't really know to come here and advocate for them. My wife has taught early education for many years, and she speaks of its many benefits. She knows it would allow for collaboration, easier servicing of students, could help identify students who need interventions earlier. Multilingual students would learn faster, being socially and emotionally connected to English, exposed to it. A lot of these things can sustain themselves with tuition. Whatever it is, it's important to look at all the possibilities for this. Even if we ultimately decide the Linscott is not the situation, not the option, what are some other things? Could the Boys and Girls Club rent space for it even? If a new school is eventually built in North Woburn, which I know has been floated, could then, the Linscott be used at that time? We're asking you basically to consider all the stakeholders in the city, including those from the Linscott. I'm not asking you to ignore them, but consider what is best for everyone. And realize no one's going to be perfectly happy with the situation. Right now, 3 of the 5 options would put our daughter at the Shamrock next year. And she's gained many valuable friendships at the White. We have good relationships with the nurse, the principal, and the counselor. We don't want her to move. At the same time, our desire for equity, fairness, and benefits of a library, smaller class sizes, space for students to receive the service they need is greater than that of our security having her there. This is a tough decision, and I don't envy your position at all. But please remember there are a lot more people affected this than the ones who you may just see before you. This process was started for a reason, and delaying it will be detrimental to many of our vulnerable students. Along these lines, if this goes forward, which I hope you do, there's some quick things to think about. Moving schools can be anxiety-producing for students. It would make sense to add adjustment counselors to help with those transitions. Right now, not all the schools have an after-school opportunity, a bus to the Boys and Girls Club. That's already a problem, but shuffling kids around could create bigger issues there. Ideally, all schools would have access to that. And finally, I know some of the options are moving some kids from school A to B and then some kids out from B to C. It seems like a lot of shifting. I think it is important to try to minimize the transitions as best as possible. Whatever the case, doing nothing seems to be a bad option for many students in the city, so please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another thing that I failed to mention up front, by the way, I am going to hold as strictly as I can to 3 minutes. That is not personal. It will happen for any speaker. We have a lot of public comment to go through, so I want to make sure we're able to get through it. All right? If there is anyone else who would like to address the committee.
Good evening. I'm coming here tonight to speak with all of you on behalf of the Early Childhood Program here in Woburn, full of teachers, paraprofessionals, and related service providers. While we all agree that the ECP has grown and continues to grow significantly with increased numbers of children with very diverse needs, we urge you to please stop, pause, and take a deeper look before making any decision on redistricting. Similar to the Linscott and the Alta Vista schools, we have been told for many years our time would come and we would get our early childhood center. However, we feel very strongly that moving to the Linscott to house our program is not the way and that this is not the time. That is your solution for an early childhood center. We do not agree. It is important for the school committee to understand the amount of time and work that goes into developing programs that provide safe learning environments, both physically and socially, for some of our most vulnerable learners. This is not only the ECP, but PALS, RISE 1 and 2, GAIN, and SOAR. The students and staff of the programs are more than just numbers and seats. We were shocked and disheartened to think that none of that was or will be considered about that when making a decision. How could a decision like that be made in such a short amount of time? So again, we urge you all to please stop, wait, before making any decision on redistricting tonight. This decision will severely impact all students, families, teachers, paraprofessionals, and related service providers across our district. When the time does come and the early childhood program looks forward to working with administration and the school committee to create a safe and enriching learning space to fit the specific needs of an early childhood student. Our hope would be to cultivate a nurturing and positive first educational experience for our students so that we can prepare them for the many years ahead in the Woburn Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee?
Hello, my name is Laura Rabello. I'm a mom of 2 Shamrock graduates and now a 7th and 8th grader at the Joyce Middle School, a teacher at the Shamrock. I am here tonight to ask you to please slow down the process of redistricting. I am well aware that there is a problem that needs to be addressed, but there has not been enough time to thoughtfully make this decision. In the span of 1 month, the committee was tasked with hiring a consultant and asked to consider 5 various options, which ultimately affect our community as a whole, but most importantly, our children. Voting on a plan after only a week's time to thoughtfully think about all of these options seems extremely drastic and poorly thought out. I can't imagine school committee members, as well as administration, have had the time to truly dive into all these 5 options. This process is overwhelming, and a whole lot of information has been shared. In order for this to be carefully done, a committee should be put together. This committee should be made up of parents, teachers, principals, and administration members to really take a look at these options. This is an extremely important decision, and in order to get all perspectives, more stakeholders should be involved. Committees are formed to hire principals and coaches. Why should this decision be any different? Taking 1 week to make a decision this large that affects so many students, teachers, families, is truly not doing what's best for our school community. I'm not going to sit here and discuss each option, but instead focus on one. When I hear members of our school committee say that option 5 is the best option, it truly makes me sad. We are targeting all of our most vulnerable students by moving the GAIN, RISE, PALS, and SOAR programs to all new locations. At the Shamrock, we have been blessed to house the RISE program since before I started in Woburn 19 years ago. We have built meaningful relationships with children as well as staff in this program. These relationships take time to build and ultimately impact the progress of students. Inclusion is not a new term at the Shamrock. Our students are all of ours, and we love to watch each of them grow and flourish in their own way with the tools that we give them. We have a lot of RISE staff and our school nurses, as well as our support staff, our secretary, our custodians, and our cafeteria workers know these kiddos inside and out. These relationships are part of the reason these students are comfortable and confident in their learning environment. To take these students away from a community that has been built with them would be devastating for all. This year, a group of teachers at The Rock started the program Best Buddies. Best Buddies is a program that builds friendships between people with and without intellectual and developmental disabilities, offering social interactions while improving the quality of life and level of inclusion for our population that is often isolated and excluded.
Ms. Rebello, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can't speak to the other programs at other schools because I've never worked in them, but I can imagine the same feelings are being felt at those schools as well. With 4 weeks left of school, we do not have time to make a transition plans. Kids do not have time to visit new schools. You are moving children, staff, and nurses, ultimately tearing up the entire school district, and then expect that opening school in September will go smoothly. We hear the phrase, children are resilient. Are they? We are still seeing the emotional setbacks of COVID in our children. I ask you to please take a minute and really visit the schools and programs during the school day before making these decisions that affect so many children, family, and staff members.
Thank you very much.
Ian Crawford, 39 Green Street. First, I'd like to begin by thanking Jesse Wetzel for holding the meeting at the library to discuss the redistricting process and really taking the time to not only listen, but hearing our concerns. It was a breath of fresh air to see our concerns, questions, and suggestions were brought to the meeting on Monday. Thank you. It still boggles me that option 5 remains on the table, with the displacing of 700 or more children throughout the district. Wasn't one of the rubrics set by your committee to displace as few students as possible? It has been brought to my attention that both option 4 and 5 will split the Shamrock School in half. It is the only school which will be split in half. This will affect our class list, students, RISE program, ML students, IEP students, 504 students, PTO, nurses, and teachers. I am invested in the Shamrock School for several reasons. First and foremost, my twin boys who have attended the Shamrock School since preschool will be entering grade 5 in September. Option 4 will have them going to the Goodyear, which was my elementary school, but my heart is at the Shamrock. I live at 39 Green Street and can throw a rock to the school. Does this make any sense? I have been teaching at the Shamrock for 25 years and have grown to love our neighborhood school. Many members of this community have become friends that are more like family. We depend on each other for a variety of activities, such as pickups, and especially this year with the half-a-days that were added to the schedule for daycare, childcare, emergencies, and etc. I am also the VP of the PTO and have been for the past 3 years. Previous, I have been the teacher rep, the preschool liaison, and member. Again, if option 4 or 5 are agreed upon, the current PTO offices will no longer exist. That being said, our PTO, that are the members of the committee, are virtually going to be non-existent. As a teacher, we take days to divide our students into next year's classes. There are many factors that go into this process to ensure they have a successful year. We look at academic levels, social emotional issues, ML students, personalities, learning styles, and I could go on forever. If you choose to redistrict at this time, how can we possibly make a class list when we do not know how many students or teachers we will have or anything about the students coming to us? You expect that September will be a smooth transition? I can assure you this will not be the case. I am hoping for the best possible outcome, which in my opinion, as well as others, is to pump the brakes on this matter. And you truly are not just listening to the concerns, but hearing the community and what they are saying and asking. I implore you that you give it the much needed attention and time it needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Preventer, Rumford Park Ave. Thank you for giving the public an additional opportunity to speak with you tonight. While I attended Tuesday night's meeting with comments in hand, I decided to take additional time to listen to the community and formulate my thoughts. Like many of my fellow community members have already done, I urge you to take more time, listen, and formulate a better plan. My greatest concern is the clear lack of a transition plan. It is not surprising that there is no plan, given that there has only been 13 days since Dr. McKibben's presentation. But going through a redistricting without a solid transition plan in place is doing a great disservice to our community. As a college professor, I know firsthand what happens when an administration makes decisions about facilities without consulting those of us on the ground first. This might sound silly, but once we moved a band room into a lecture hall space, lecturing while the band is performing their fight song is rather difficult. This just highlights the nuances this just highlights how not taking the time to talk with stakeholders and considering the nuances of the space can lead to additional problems. From what I heard from members of the PALS team on Tuesday night, and more recently, just a few minutes ago, a move to the Linscott would be detrimental to their students due to major accessibility concerns. The Linscott teachers also highlighted the many reasons why the Linscott school and surrounding community should not be abandoned. I've spent numerous hours going through the feasibility study and Dr. McKibben's redistricting plan. Both reports show our schools are under-enrolled and highlights clear areas where capacity for additional student enrollment exists, including at the Linscott. Yet none of the plans explore moving students into the Linscott district. I find it interesting, too, that the feasibility study indicates enrollment will increase, where Dr. McKibben clearly stated a few times that the population of school-age children is decreasing in this region. Neither report provides any data on pre-K. The feasibility study also highlights the need to repair multiple schools, including major improvements to the Linscott and Alta Vista. North Woburn needs a new school that provides adequate space and technology suitable for modern learning. The priority should be to build a new school with additional space to grow in ECP. While I understand that this would cost a lot of money, money should not be the only factor when making a decision. It is your duty to do what is best for everyone, including North Woburn. While I'm not suggesting any of the following, I am suggesting that more time would allow you to work with stakeholders to come up with a creative budget-saving solution, allowing you to focus funds on new appropriate facilities over slapping Band-Aids on existing rundown buildings. What about converting middle schools to an all-town 5-6 and all-town 7-8? This would also solve your issue of separating 5th graders coming out of elementary. Art on a cart at schools could be possible at all schools, though, opening up additional space for programs. Could the administrative offices be moved? What about Burlington houses their pre-K program at the high school? Is that an option for Woburn?
Dr. Preventure, I'm going to have to ask you. Thank you.
When I was growing up, small group instruction took place in our cafetorium or resource room. There are other options. I don't know what the best option is, but I do know that closing a K-5 school for the sake of space is the wrong way to go. Dr. McKibben made it clear he is a numbers guy. And as a fellow numbers guy, I can appreciate that. The community, especially our elected officials, have the role of addressing and caring for the human factor of these plans. In this case, the bar for that is fairly low. The bar is taking more than 13 days to make a decision with the potential to do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin Skinner. I am a parent of 3 kids at the Harold Wyman. Honestly, I don't love any of the options. I agree we can't do nothing. I am concerned that none of the options allow for additional space that Harold Wyman will need as Rise 2 kids rise. Currently, it's only K-2. Currently, it has 21 students, and as Ms. Young has previously stated, there are 9 anticipated Rise kindergarten students last year. Currently, we have music and art taking turns schlepping their stuff up to the library, since both need to be there 3 days a week. On days when the librarian and health teacher are both in the building, we have health on a cart. When Rise students come into my daughter's homeroom for health, there are not enough desks in the room, and some sit at a table at the back of the room. Our VP's office has a curtain, but no door. We have band practice on the stage, has 130 kids eat lunch. Most of the options free up 1, maybe 2 classrooms at the Harold Wyman, but the Rise program will increase by almost 50% next year, and it will continue to grow as new classes come in, but none will be finished until the spring of 2027. Freeing up 1 classroom is not enough space to make a lasting difference, and I fear that a year from now we will be in the same position. I hate that it has gotten to a point where a decision needs to be made because we can't continue doing what we have been expected to do. I listened in March as our principal described what music in the library looks like to the building subcommittee. I watched the faces of the people in this room as they clearly did not think this was a feasible solution. I fear that choosing an option that only frees up 1 classroom in our building will continue the need to do this. But again, doing nothing at this point is not an option. So from the point of view as a Harold Wyman parent, I ask that you lean into option 1. It creates the most open space at Harold Wyman for the least amount of students disrupted. Option 2 basically keeps the numbers at Harold Wyman the same, and I don't see how that can improve an overcrowded situation. Option 2 keeps the same number of grades that currently need a 4th teacher, or keeps 2nd grade class sizes at 25 and 26. Option 4 and 5 free up a single classroom, move 250 students, and that single classroom will be needed by Rise 2, so 250 students will have been moved, but the same problems exist. Option 1 buys the most amount of space for the Harold Wyman, which, while I think doesn't buy enough space to get us the 10 years that was talked about before March 9th, I do think it buys the most possible time to consider what's next. I also think that Harold Wyman families are probably most hesitant to push forward with a plan that does not provide a lasting solution, because many families have already switched schools 5.5 years ago. It's not that we're against redistricting. It's that we want to make sure that it's done in a way that doesn't lead to being moved a 3rd time in 8 years. I understand why some are asking to pause. And it's tough to be told we can't go on the way we are when 2 months ago we were expected to go on this way indefinitely. We all want a solution, but we want it to be a lasting solution and not another pivot. So I ask that if you are going to go forward with one of the options that have been suggested tonight, that you go forward with option 1, as it gives back the most classroom space to the Harold Wyman while providing the least amount of disruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee?
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate the life force you've expressed to the city of Woburn. I'm Ken Parley from North Woburn, for the record. Now, things that need to be considered about the Linscott is it has continually been a top-performing school in our city. It is recognized throughout the state as being in the top 30% over the last decade, and it's also fringely hit, I believe, 10% a year or two within that period. So I think when you consider the asset of the school and what it adds to the school system in a whole, is it makes it a more, it's one of the better assets that we have, considering what we have for testing and all those that you will be disbanding one of our best performing assets. So I'd like to see a condition where before the end of this meeting is we can clearly table or remove 3, 4, and 5 from consideration in any form or matter. This school also has legacy assets. Ernie Wells here, coming down here to support his school. Well, it was, but he's still here for us, and that's a big part of what the Linscott holds. Now, things with this study, I find it inaccurate because inside this whole study, Woburn High School was never even considered inside the plan. If Woburn High had the capacity of 1,500 students from the data that I collected, and currently has 1228, and you look at the data from grades 5, 6, 7, 8 that's existing now, that class size, as it migrates in, will be 1295. Now, we have the ECP, which you hear about, they need a dedicated space and stuff of that nature. But when I went to Woburn High and in Building 8-1, that's where the kids were. I see a lot of synergies that could be created by maybe integrating that, and we're going to have to do something, right? But we don't have enough time. We know there's not enough time. Nobody's going to be here 6 weeks from now. Nobody's going to be here 7 weeks from now. They're all going to be at a lake or whatever. So I don't know how you clearly institute, right? Implementing a policy and enacting one, right? Two very different things. Now, things to consider with the Kennedy and Joyce, obviously, as you do approach some form of redistrict, if you do some type of grandfathered system, I would also consider kin, so the parents aren't going to 2 different schools, if that's a case or scenario. And lastly, I just want to make one little comment about the budget. I hope that as this process goes through, going into next year's budget, should be some form of innovation, increase of production, and how we create deflation. How we use tools like AI, and how we can give these tools to the teachers. Greatly appreciate all your time, everybody out here. Really lucky. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Allison Van Deventer, and I have 2 children at the Malcolm White, one in 3rd grade and one in kindergarten this year. And my priority as a Woburn parent is equity. I want to see children distributed throughout the district in such a way that everyone's needs can be met as fully as possible. And first, I want to say that I support redistricting. It's been a long time since we did it, and we need to get it done. It's clear that there is a problem, and something needs to be done about this. Next, I'd like to say that I wish we had a 6th option, a weight option, and by that I mean a concrete plan to deal with the current limitations and difficulties for 1 more year while the redistricting process is carried out. I know this is not actually an option, but I wish that it were. To me, options 3 through 5 just don't look viable. It's almost the end of May, and we'd be left with a very small window of time in which to close the Linscott, transition the students elsewhere, refit the school as an ECP, move all the teachers and staff, prepare to reopen. It's a lot. It just doesn't seem realistic for many reasons that other people have described. And even if it could be done, I'm not at all confident that it could be done well. So this leaves us with options 1 and 2. Of these two, it looks to me as though option 1 is both the least disruptive to us at the Malcolm White and the most equitable across the district. That's a good combination, and so that's the option that I'm asking you to choose if something has to be done now. If something has to be done now. I'm very aware of the need to do something about early childhood education here in Woburn. I would have loved to send my kids to the public preschool as typically developing peers, but our family wasn't able to even consider that option because my husband and I both work and we don't have any family in town and we needed care for the full school day. I can certainly understand that Woburn may need to offer full-day preschool at some point in the future in order to bring the ECE centers into legal compliance. So I support Ellen Crowley's suggestion that a steering committee be formed to plan the future of the early childhood program. Together with option 1, this is the best path forward that I see among the available options, assuming that wait with a plan is not an option, because if it were, that would be my choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Kuberry, 6 Blake Street, a Harold Wyman parent. I'm here tonight to echo what so many parents and teachers have already said. We're moving too fast. As Dr. Crowley said in his comments on Monday, the short timeline has limited the involvement of many stakeholders. This includes parents and caregivers. No matter how the vote goes tonight, please focus efforts on including all voices in two-way communication to plan the next steps. Schedule a meeting with the Community Engagement Subcommittee. Use our family and community engagement liaisons. Meet with our ELPACs and CPAC. Host a community forum, offer school-based meetings. The excuse of a short timeline should end tonight. Next, to speak about the options. In his comments on Monday, Dr. Crowley said, the place where we have the most immediate need is the Harold Wyman Elementary School. It is full. So let's see how the Harold Wyman, a driver for the redistrict, pans out in the specific options. While there are improvements with options 3, 4, and 5, they are simply not feasible on our timeline. I support the idea of an ECP building, and while it's not possible now, we need to make a plan so that it happens in the future. As the previous person said, I support Ms. Crowley's idea from Monday to form a task force to create a path forward for the ECP site. Let's do it. Now regarding option 2, this plan does very little, if anything, to improve the Harold Wyman's overcrowding. We moved 61 kids out just to move 50 kids back in after graduating our smallest grade of kids. This option increases our space utilization when our school is already full. And we're expecting to expand our special education program by 9 incoming kindergartners next year, which will require additional space. We will either continue to have 4 sections of the current first grade class or start the year with 25 kids in the class. If we need those 4 sections, we may continue to have art on a cart, a problem that you all are trying to eliminate. Option 2 changes little for the Harold Wyman but causes stress and disruption by moving over 110 individual students just at the Harold Wyman site. This leaves option 1. If you must vote for an option tonight, please consider this option. It reduces the number of students at the Harold Wyman and displaces the smallest number of students overall. As I've already mentioned, this option could pair nicely with Ms. Crowley's idea of a task force for our ECP and get us to the point when we open a new North Woburn school, a natural time for more change. I do hope that we all learn something from this too. These problems have built over the years as this committee has shied away from discussing redistricting. Please consider redistricting every time we open or combine a building. That's a time when the community is expecting change. It gives us a chance to rebalance our enrollments. Lastly, please provide the committee or the community with an annual update on enrollment and building capacity. Be transparent about where we are. Administration shared at a previous meeting that they knew about the Harold Wyman problems in September. This wasn't shared with the public until months and months later. Please do better moving forward.
Thank you.
We are coming to you tonight as concerned members of the Rise 2 community from the Harold Wyman. Last year, we were told that we were relocating to the Harold Wyman Elementary. Our students are one of the most vulnerable populations within our district, and finding out that there is a potential to be relocated again is of high concern for our community, not just as us educators, but to the parents and the students as well. We want what is best for our students and the program at large, and moving to a new school is once again not a viable option. Our students thrive with routines, remaining consistent, making everyday changes to schedules impactful. Things like fire drills, assemblies, field trips, field days, even half days, all need to be previewed and planned thoughtfully. A second move to a new school for the coming year would need lots of planning and preparation for our staff, parents, and the students. This was not accounted for in our initial move and would not be possible with the new move either. This past year, our staff and students have worked hard to build and foster meaningful relationships with both the student body and the staff at Harold Wyman. Our students have come so far since September, and seeing their ability to adapt to our new space is truly inspiring. However, this growth took a lot of scaffolding, support, and flexibility from our students and our staff. We worked tirelessly to ensure that our program would be successful and to ensure that the students felt safe and happy in their new space. This process is still ongoing, and we are finally seeing small successes within the Harold Wyman community at large. One of the most heartwarming areas of growth for the students within Rise 2 at the Harold Wyman were the new relationships they worked so hard to foster. The students within the Rise program made new friends with peers at Harold Wyman. The Harold Wyman students learned to implement new skills, such as learning how to be empathetic, being helpful, and becoming leaders within a larger school community. The students at Harold Wyman have risen to the occasion to not only become role models for the Rise students, but have played a large part in ensuring our students feel included, whether that be inviting them to sit together at lunch, teaching them new games at recess, or partnering up with them doing group work or projects within the classroom setting. This relationship is mutually beneficial and should not be taken lightly. An additional move to a new school would mean that we would have to replicate this growth with new staff and peers at the Alta Vista. While we have seen progress with our new school, it took months for this progress to be fostered. This leaves lapses in crucial instructional time for our students, and they begin to adjust to a new environment. As a parent of a Rise child, I worry about the behavioral regression I will see at home in preparing my daughter for another move. She had a hard time with the transition to the Harold Wyman this fall, which led to an increase in her tantrums at home and at school. She went through a period of school refusal, and her transitions from home to school became challenging. I also worry about the amount of regression this will cause our kids at school, both academically and behaviorally. This past year was challenging for them, and I do not want the next year to begin the same way. I hope that the committee and the administration are able to hear our parent concerns and help us by making a decision that is best for our kids. Another concern is having so many changes in such a short period of time. The Rise students have finally started to adjust and are making strides at the Harold Wyman. Then for the extended year program, they will be returning to the Shamrock, and then again in September, going to another school. That's 3 school transitions in a very short period, and that is for students who require a lot of prep work, routine, and predictability. We are not coming at you to we are not coming to give you our option on whether or not redistricting should occur, but rather offer our thoughts on the Plan B that was brought up at the last meeting. All of the redistricting plans involving Rise 2 at the Harold Wyman. So why does the alternative plan only involve our students moving? We recognize that a change needs to be made. However, we are hoping that a new option can be presented as Plan B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school committee. I come before you tonight as a Woburn resident, taxpayer, parent of children in the Woburn Public Schools, and an elementary teacher at the Malcolm White School for nearly 2 decades. I'm deeply affected by redistricting in every way imaginable. First, let me be clear. I stand with my colleagues and fellow parents. I understand that whatever decision is made tonight will have both positive and negative impacts on everyone involved. We all know that this is the reality of redistricting. Change is messy and not always easy. I'm not here to argue about which option to choose. That task is up to you, our elected officials. It's your duty to make these tough decisions without personal bias. Reflecting on the past won't help us address the current reality of Woburn. Ignoring the need for change is to neglect the children of this city, and from my perspective, especially those at the Malcolm White. Here's the reality of our overcrowded school. I live it every day, and I invite any of you to see it for yourselves, if you can find a parking space. Many staff have to park in surrounding neighborhoods, on the street, and in makeshift spots where cars are often hit. We have teachers delivering reading instruction to children in closets with no windows. Assessments are conducted in hallways because there's no other space. Faculty rooms have been converted into tiny classrooms without secondary exits, which is a significant safety concern. In fact, earlier this year, a behavior incident in one of these small classrooms blocked the main doorway, leaving a staff member injured and children cowering in a corner with no way to exit. This is unacceptable. In recent years at the Malcolm White, we have had to turn our conference room into a faculty room because our faculty rooms were converted to classrooms. Holding legal IEP meetings has become a logistical challenge, not to mention a major privacy concern for parents and students. Specialist rooms have already been combined, and now we might be forced to lose our only remaining space, the library. How can an elementary school function without a library? How do we teach children to love reading without a proper library? Books on a cart cannot replace the experience of browsing in a library. We warmly welcome any child to the Malcolm White, including those in the PALS program. I just ask that you carefully consider which building is best equipped to help these children thrive. Our building and our playground are not set up with the many adaptations already in place at the Reeves. Finally, the Malcolm White currently has 351 students. That's 31 more students now than we started with at the beginning of the school year. Out of those 31 students, 22 of those students are ML learners. The Malcolm White has always had a high percentage of ML learners and the students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Over 130 of our students do not go home to English-speaking homes. It's time to prioritize equality, equity across our schools. You gave Dr. Crowley a job to do in a very short period of time. He did his part. He presented to you with five options because the time to redistrict is now. It's your turn to do your job and choose an option that will benefit all of the students of the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me in the back? Oh, okay. Good evening. My name is Carla Bowden, and I live at 14 Caulfield Road. In a few short weeks, my son will be a rising fifth grader at the Malcolm White Elementary School. Because I'm here and I have a microphone in front of me, I would like to take a quick moment to acknowledge the great work that the teachers, staff, and administrators do at that school. It's not a small neighborhood school. But with 350 diverse students, it is a microcosm of the world outside its doors. When my son goes to school, he has the opportunity to interact with and learn from other students who may not look like him, speak the same language, learn the same way he does, or even have the same access to shelter and food that we sometimes take for granted. Though my family has been following the school committee's meetings about redistricting, we did not feel it was necessary to reach out until Plan B was announced at the Monday night's meeting. I'm not here to advocate for a specific option, even though a few of those options have my son moving schools, or to ask you to stop, slow down, or even wait another year. I'm here to ask you to not fall back on the Plan B, which is, in plain terms, doing nothing. Plan B, or doing nothing, means the Malcolm White loses its library and is forced to shift specials to the art on the cart model. Specials are so important to elementary school students. It's what you all fought as a committee to make sure is in our budgets. Specials can help students find hidden talents or passions, give them time with their peers in a different setting that isn't recess or their core classroom, and reinforces teaching in core subjects. The art on the cart model does not set up teachers or students to have the best learning experience possible. Without a dedicated space, teachers are frazzled, spending time moving supplies from place to place, and students lose the opportunity to move from their core subject classrooms. This scenario will lead to an increase in behavior issues and a loss of student interest in those specials. With the Woburn Public Schools' continued investment and emphasis on early literacy, I hope that the school committee would not turn its back on that commitment by voting an option that closes a library at a school where over 65% of its population is considered high needs in DESE's 2023 school report. What is the impact of Plan B or doing nothing? The 3 impacted schools have an enrollment of 1,100 students. Over 53% of our elementary school students may not have an equitable educational experience. This is not a small fix, but it's one that has to be made now. I understand that there is no easy answer to this crisis, but you were elected to make those difficult decisions in the best interest of our students, teachers, and school communities. Regardless of your decision, my husband and I will take this opportunity to model resiliency to our son and teach him that there will be times when things will be out of our control, but that we can control how we will respond. We will give him the time to process his feelings about the situation, share with him what opportunities may come with a new school or new classmates, and celebrate that our family is a part of a solution that allows students to attend school with libraries and specials not held in a core classroom. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Also, I understand that nobody's going to clap for me. It's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Grossklaus. I live on Hudson Street. I have 2 children, a first grader and a soon-to-be 5th grader, rising student at Malcolm White. So the Malcolm White School has a very large student population with many diverse needs, as Carla had just said. My daughter is in the 1st grade. She has an IEP, and it is essential she receive the necessary dedication and educational resources to assist with her expressive language needs. To note, 1st grade in Woburn Public Schools is one of the biggest grades within the school district, and Malcolm White is one of 3 of the most crowded schools within the district. And the thought of losing our school library and classroom space is unacceptable. I am in favor of redistricting as soon as possible, without a delay, beginning this fall, in order to ensure the students obtain the necessary resources and education that they deserve. I'm also saying this as a mother who has a soon-to-be rising 5th grader. The thought of potentially changing schools to go to Shamrock for 1 grade is stressful and very emotional. It's challenging for the children as well. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what is best for each and every student within within Woburn Public Schools, ensuring all receive appropriate and equitable, available resources to meet their academic and psychosocial needs. I want to thank the school board committee for their absolute dedication and support of our children and families during this time. And it is essential that all families have this opportunity to voice their concerns and to make sure that they are advocating for their children during this time of uncertainty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to? Yes.
Hi, my name's Jasmine Parthasarathi. I live at 88 Fowle Street, and I'd like to expand upon the email I sent yesterday. I have 2 children at the Goodyear, one of whom is going into the 5th grade, and we've been so happy there. My kids love their school, and I love their school. I've been involved with the PTO all 5 years. I volunteer in my son's classroom, and I've chaperoned their field trips. They have friends at the Goodyear, and we've built a community there. I don't want them to change schools. 3 out of the 5 district maps move us, so I accept there's a pretty good chance that they'll have to. And if they do, I have no doubt that we'll make friends and build a new community at their new school. As you deliberate tonight on this difficult vote, I would encourage you to do so with the good of the whole community in mind, rather than the preferences of any given children, even my own. This decision is far bigger than any one family or any one school. I don't deny that changing schools will be a challenge, but you cannot let the comfort of a few students or even a few hundred students determine the outcome for the whole city. With that in mind, if closing the Linscott School will achieve the most equitable distribution of students and alleviate the overcrowding we're currently facing, I encourage you to give that your full consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee?
Kate Alexander, Sylvanus Wood Lane. I'm here tonight to voice the concerns of our community regarding the proposed redistricting. It is overwhelmingly clear that we are deeply worried about the speed of this decision, the lack of thorough understanding, and the inadequate support for our students who will be most affected. It appears the board is eager to make a decision for the fall, yet the community is crying out to be heard. We trust you to listen to our voices and those who cannot speak for themselves. The goal of making our schools more equitable is commendable, but the rapid pace of this process raises serious concerns. How equitably has this information been distributed? How accessible have opportunities been for all voices to be heard? The last remind message to parents was sent on May 10th, specifically about redistricting with a PowerPoint presentation, which I didn't see any opportunity to have that translated into a different language. There has been no remind messages sent about the opportunity for public comment on Monday or tonight, or that a vote would be happening tonight. I've spoken to many families over the last week who didn't even know there was a vote happening tonight and could impact them. A 2-week window for such a significant decision is insufficient. Many families face barriers to attending meetings, such as childcare, work commitments, or language difficulties. The complexity of the presentation materials alone, as Mr. McKibben mentioned, is daunting. Equitability demands more time and effort to ensure all families can fully understand and contribute their perspectives. This could have been done better. This isn't just about moving numbers. It's about making life-changing impacts on our children and their families. We deserve more than a rushed decision. Even as a new resident of Woburn, I believe Woburn cares deeply about our children, and this process should reflect that. As a military family, we understand not everything goes as hoped. Our daughters have faced the challenges of being new students in multiple schools, often taking 6 months to a year to feel comfortable and integrated. It was stated that there was no transition plan in place yet for this possible redistricting. How will students find closures as they wrap up the school year in less than a month, knowing they will be separated next year from their classmates and friends that have become home to them? In the military, we often receive many months' notice for location changes, not 4 weeks, allowing us to work with our children to mentally prepare for the struggles of having to say goodbye, as well as the anxiety of the unknown. School board members have emphasized the importance of children's mental health. However, it is a disservice to our children to redistrict this fall without a transition plan in place that starts now, when it will first impact students, not just when the new school year begins. Woburn can do better by taking the time to develop a thoughtful plan that supports our children's mental health. Our community is built on generations of families and friendships. This is something extremely unique from anywhere else we have ever lived, and something we have found invaluable and that sets Woburn apart. Disrupting this community with rushed redistricting would cause unnecessary upheaval. We need a thoughtful and productive approach that minimizes disruption to the greatest extent possible to our students. You must absolutely make a choice on an option tonight, and I encourage you to pause and think about this truly. I urge you to consider option 1, as it impacts the least amount of students and offers longevity, as Dr. McKibben had stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the committee? Going once.
In the hallway, anybody?
Anyone in the hallway who wishes to address the committee?
Well, we need another hour before we have to leave.
Yeah.
All right. Well, seeing nobody.
We can open up again.
Thank you. I will close public comment. Yes? Okay. So seeing nobody, thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. We appreciate and we have heard all of your words, and we will take them into account as we deliberate now. So, first of all, on the agenda, I do have City Council Liaison to the School Committee, who I do know is in the hallway somewhere.
Yes. As is Mr. Toro.
Mr. Viola.
Chucky.
Hello. You are on our agenda tonight if you wish to make a statement. Okay. Thank you very much. right. And I want to acknowledge Mr. Viola, Ward 7 Councilor, and whichever other City Council members are in the hallway at the moment. They couldn't find seats. All right, so we do not have our student rep with us tonight. I understand he's at his prom. So that moves us on to reports of the superintendent and staff. I want to open this by saying that after our last meeting, based on many of the questions and many of the points brought up both by members of the public who spoke with us, emails that we'd received, I directed administration to look into a number of, I'll call them, in some cases, modifications, in some cases, more detailed looks at some of the things before us. Among those was a more detailed look at what, I don't like Plan B, what I'll call the triage option, the option that does not engage in a full redistrict in this year, but plans for one at the start of September 2025. I also asked administration to look into what it might look like to phase in an option 4 or 5, the idea of converting Willinska to an early childhood center, but not doing so immediately, taking a year to do study and think about what that's going to look like. I also asked administration to look into exactly what it would mean to adopt the idea that Ms. Crowley had put forward of option 1, but with an early childhood center task force. What exactly are the stresses on our ECP right now, and what can we expect in the future? So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Crowley to talk a little bit about what the administration was able to come up with there.
Sure. Thank you. Obviously, we are operating under tight timelines, and we'll do our best to address the many questions that were posed to us. Before we do that, I did want to say thank you to everybody for coming out tonight, to the teachers who do a great job each and every day, the paraprofessionals, thank you. To the administrators that are here tonight, thank you. And to the parents, thank you. I think Woburn is a great place to educate all children, and I'm grateful to serve in this community. One of the things that was asked this week, Mr. Lipset just told you, we were asked to explore more meaningfully the option B, or the triage. So I asked Ms. Young to work with the elementary principals this week, and so I'm going to turn it over to her to walk through what she's found. So, Ms. Young.
All right, I'm going to try to be really loud. So every single year, typically throughout the whole course of the year, and especially as we get to the end of the year, we spend the time walking the buildings, and we look at what it's going to look like for the next school year. I say that because I'm going to share a lot of details, and I don't want it to seem like these are details that we don't do every single year, but we obviously don't share them to that level of detail here, as it's really operationally done in the building-based level. I've spent the week, and again, we talked a little bit about Plan B or triage when we met on Monday, but there are kind of more details to this work. I was able to meet with the 3 principals of the affected buildings and really be able to outline for the committee what it will look like if we make the decision to kind of wait the year and go from there. When we talked a lot about this triage, especially with the 3 affected principals, again, these are things that we've been talking about all year. I think that since they had come and shared at the subcommittee meeting that we had previously, there are things that hold true, but also adjustments that they have offered since thinking about it a little bit more, but also since there have been changes in classroom sizes, populations, and things as such. The goal of the triage is really to provide you with all of the information of kind of what different operational decisions the elementary principals in these buildings could make. I say that because as they put things into practice, things can also change, but this is an idea of kind of how it would run. At the same point, we really looked at on the triage was really not moving anybody. And I think this is a little bit of what we haven't talked about, is that kind of what can we do to just not move anyone and open all of our buildings in September, and we're really hoping to kind of paint that picture for the group. You are looking at very much my notes, and so if any of it doesn't make sense, please let me know. So first we'll walk through the Malcolm White, and in kind of all of our three options of the Malcolm White for the upcoming school year. Again, when we've spoken about the Malcolm White, it is not necessarily a concern around the general education classroom numbers, but more about all of the additional spaces that were required within the building. And so again, in all three options of how the building would open for September, is that there would be no meeting space, as educators have spoken about this evening, that these are happening in semi-public settings, and so that would maintain in all options for next school year. We have the option in which we've discussed, in which of looking at the library and converting that into space, and I do say that there would be some cost associated with that. However, that option would allow for there to be more space for special education classrooms throughout the building, and to not be having too much condensed sharing. The other options in which we could look at, if not closing the library, I don't want to say closing, repurposing the library, would be to consolidate special education classrooms and multilingual learner classrooms, and be putting upwards of 3 to 4 teachers amongst 2 classrooms. That would leave all of the music room, art room, and library, but would make it very tight for some of our groupings. Our last option would be if you were to, you could keep the library online, and you would be repurposing the art and the music room for some of our special education and multilingual learner classrooms, and this would be putting art and music seemingly on a cart for the year. Alrighty. Do you want to just keep going?
Please, thank you.
Sure. So when walking through the good year, I think there's really, thank you to Mr. Casares and Mr. Gallo, I think we're really looking at kind of one option here. We did provide, if we were to be looking at some of our classrooms, our rising 4th graders, we could potentially condense down to 2 classrooms, but this would be making it, there would be a 5 student threshold, and given the fact that since September we've had over 30 students enroll, as well as we have many students from the GAIN program that have referrals throughout the year, this would not be what we would like to do, but I wanted to make sure that the committee had all the information. And if you were to go down to 2 classrooms at that grade level, that would provide space and some of the less movement that I'll outline next to it. So at the good year, what we'd be looking at is most likely taking the sensory room and moving the sensory room out of the designated classroom and moving those spaces around the building, and repurposing the sensory room into a classroom. This would need technology. We would be repurposing the occupational therapist classroom, and that would be sharing at the special education classroom, or seemingly that would be happening almost on a cart. Our WIN would maintain on a cart, and most of this instruction is happening currently in hallways. And I will say, I did provide for you pictures in the back so you can understand what these spaces look like. Health would be on a cart. Music and library would remain combined. The teacher workroom that's currently being used as a breakout space would be converted into a classroom, losing one additional workroom in the building, and making that the one workroom for educators is connected to the cafeteria, which is pretty far away. This does not leave space for a bubble room. If we needed a bubble room, which there is the potential to do so, we would be having to repurpose the literacy room, which we may be taking the books, and most likely those would be built out in the main office, and we'd be repurposing the literacy room. And I think that really just what comes here is it limits flexibility of instructional options within the building. The last, and I'll say in my notes, and it was also mentioned that the Malcolm White and the Goodyear, we do that the number of parking spaces to the number of full-time staff in the buildings is not equal, and that does not count staff that are coming in and out of the building throughout the course of the week. At the Harold Wyman, we discussed on Monday the option of having the Rise 2 program, which would be shifted to the Alta Vesta, which had part of the redistricting plans had really aimed to not move a program that had just moved. However, for space, it would alleviate and create the ability to open up many of the rooms. If we wanted to look, and Ms. Maloney and I walked just this afternoon, if we wanted to look at what options we could use, we would have, in terms of kind of maintaining for a year, again, this kind of goes, again, just wanting to make sure that the committee has all of the information. And so if we're trying to not make any movement for the course of the year and have all students stay, then you would be combining your RISE classrooms, and you would be maintaining, you would be keeping the music room, but again, using the art room, and then you would be using different resource rooms on the second and third floor. You would be having your bubble rooms on in the first, for first and second grade, and the literacy room and the health room. We could look at a reduction in the grade 3, and again, this is not, I don't think this is my most viable option, but again, I'm seeking to provide just all the information. You could go down to, for your rising third grade, you could go down to 3 classrooms with a 6 student threshold, and then not need the other bubble room. Alternatively, if you were to maintain the bubble room and have 4 kindergarten, first, second, and third grade classrooms, as well as maintain RISE 2 in the building, you could seek to put up a partition and be using part of the library as a classroom for the year. Again, these are in order to provide options for the year for everyone to maintain. With that, I also just wanted to discuss Plan B, or the triage plan. The triage plan, which would look like for next year for the Reeves building. Again, we've talked a lot about the early childhood program, and for next school year, one of the reasons why the Reeves has successfully been able to hold the early childhood program, as well as any of kind of the rising population in extra classrooms, is that our general education classrooms have been at 17 instead of 18. There's a possibility that you could be looking at 16, and so it's been able to hold the 8 current classrooms, a potential additional 9th classroom. With that, if you were to add a 10th ECP classroom, which is potential that would need to happen over the course of next school year, highly likely, you would be able to repurpose your multilingual learner classrooms or your WIN classrooms for, if we were to kind of do the stay put triage, you could have up to the 10 classrooms at the Reeves for next year. I say that just because if you're looking at option 1 with the ECP task force, part of the way that the planning for option 1 was, and I think that we've talked about a lot with the ECP task force, is that option 1 would work for the 10-year time, but only depending on how much the ECP program grew over the next couple of years, which I think is the intention of putting the task force in place. You would be able to maintain option 1, but recognizing that moving the PALS program is not easy. None of these things are easy, and we would have to ensure that the PALS program was moving to a building in which we were to have bathroom space, which would impact the buildings it was moving to in terms of moving around classrooms to do so. With that, you would be able to move up to 9 ECP classrooms within option 1 at the Reeves, but it would be a 10th classroom would require a loss of either specialist classrooms in the building or repurposing of your multilingual learner classrooms or WIN classrooms. And you could, again, my goal of this is to provide you with all the information that you could have. If you were to have 9 ECP classrooms in option 1 and have the 18 classrooms in place, because keep in mind that option 1 is putting in 18 classrooms, so that's why the spacing is a little bit different. And you were to maintain PALS, you could do so if you were to be repurposing your art and music and be shifting those to either shared spaces or to cart spaces. And then the last thing that was asked was to look at option 5 of the delayed, which would provide an opportunity for there to be another task force of stakeholders who would be examining a possible transition plan if you were to be looking at the Linscott as an early childhood center. I think it's clear to say that looking to create an early childhood center at the Linscott is going to take time. I think that the timeline that we're talking about right now is pretty significant, and that if you were to look at it for the year, the conversation that we've had with our 3 buildings principals regarding what options we could have for those buildings is if option 5 were selected this evening with a delayed start, is that you could begin to move the SOAR program to the Alta Vesta, as that would be where it would go in option 5. We are trying with the triage to not move programs, because if the goal of the triage is to not make a decision, then we're trying to not make any movement. But if you were to be looking at the delayed, you'd be moving SOAR to the Alta Vesta. You could have the assessment center for the year could be going to the Malcolm White, and then you could be looking at your Rise 2, Rising K students who have not yet gone to the Hope Wyman, and your Rising 1 students who have not had to do the same transition, who could be at the Linscott for the year, and then they would be districted back to the Hope Wyman with the delayed opening. Again, I'm going kind of quickly, I apologize. But I think that what we're really just trying to do is make sure that you have all the information from principals and all the information from us so that you can seemingly tell us what you would like us to do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young.
Sure.
At this time, we can open it to questions for administration on these 3 alternate or modified plans before we move into additional deliberation. Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm correct now, so is redistricting off the table? We're just looking at the triage Plan B plan?
No, I merely asked administration to flesh out some of these so that we had additional information. All of these options remain on the table. It is the committee's job to siphon through this information and determine where we're going to go. But this was the goal of this was to make sure that people were aware of exactly what a triage option, a hold steady option for now, would look like, as well as what it might look like to do some of the things that had been suggested in our last meeting, alongside the 5 options that we are already considering.
And with that said, I guess, and it came up many times tonight, so how would parents get information like we have in front of us tonight? Are they going to get this somehow between now and the vote in a half an hour or whatever? Because it's just not fair to the parents and staff. I know Ms. Young talked about touring these facilities with the principals and other parties involved and, coming up with some thoughts and ideas and some options, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which again, we have other options that we're still looking at under the redistricting umbrella. So I'm a little confused over where we are with redistricting. Are we going to redistrict? Are we just going to redistrict with Plan B, triage option 1, 2, 3, 4? It sounds as though we still don't have plans. So I guess my question would be, what's next after we hash out? And we could go on and on another couple of hours on just what we have in front of us, at the Malcolm White. No conference room here, no art room, converting that. And again, getting the word out to the people involved, and the term repurpose. What about the term budget? I like the idea of repurposing when you can. These principals have done that over the past couple of years during Zoom and during strikes and whatnot. They repurpose a lot of their buildings at a cost. We are sitting here tonight, we don't even have a budget to move forward with yet, and we do have a budget line item in our budget for redistricting. Are these costs in that equal to, greater than, or less than what the city council members will be looking at shortly for redistricting? Repurpose a room, again, I know everybody's talked about it. Timing. It was back in March when I sat here and I said, we should delay the process. I stood here and I sat here and I said, I understand, I've been here a long, long time. Redistricting, as you mentioned tonight, was a bad word years ago. Now it's happening. It has to happen. But not right, in my opinion, not tonight, not right now. If these are the options, along with redistricting, we have to figure out again, just like we've talked about and with the recent emails, Mr. Chairman, the costs associated with it, the time involved to do it, the effectiveness of it all, staffing, budgetary issues, and disruption, to disrupt the buildings to get this work done. We just hired a brand new facility person that's going to lead this charge to, come into the building and say, oh, by the way, here's the keys to the office, and we want you over here to repurpose about 3 rooms to make it fit for early childhood center. And then after that, we need you to go to this building and repurpose that room to make it a 3rd grade art/music/library. It's just not fair to be doing this. I'm more than happy to listen to everybody's talking about, the triage or Plan B options here, but it's just a lot of information, a lot of things in a short period of time. The consultant came in, gave us the options, and kind of put it on the administration to come up with ideas and thoughts and, processes, which I really appreciate. But I also appreciate the speakers tonight, the emails we've received, and the concerns that people have expressed to us that this is too much, too fast, too soon. I understand there's issues. I've seen them. I know the conditions. They've adapted to them very, very well. Is it terrible that they're on carts? Sure it is. It's awful. But if we could slow it down and come up with more plans like this, perhaps this triage Plan B can fit where we are and not moving kids around a lot. But even with this plan, the repurposing cost involved, getting words out to the parents. Well, you might be moved. Well, you're in that program. You might be moved, but we don't know yet. And school's out. I just don't like the idea. I just don't like the. Again, I'm more than happy to sit and listen to these options and listen to the committee members discuss them. But I just seem as though it's again. We got this. Maybe it was produced Monday night as well. I wasn't available to make it. It's only in one language. We have very multi-language learners that, their families, as presented tonight, have concerns as well. They have difficulties getting out. They have difficulties coming to our meetings. But they can at least read in their language what's going on in our schools. And they're going to get short notice, 3 days after school's coming out. Oh, by the way, you're not going to be in this building with your friends and your pals and your buddies next year, and then try to explain that, to someone in their home that speaks the language. It's just so difficult at this time. But I'm more than happy to listen to the discussion of the group with what's presented tonight under option for Plan B. Thank you very much.
If I can just clarify a little bit as to
Yeah.
what this is, right? This represents what happens in our buildings if we don't redistrict. So that is all that this is, right? It is an extensive piece of work, and I thank administration for putting it together. But the committee, I think, wanted additional information as to what that looked like if we don't redistrict tonight. That's what this is. So in terms of, we have a vote on the agenda. It is expected, I think, that we come to a decision as to our path forward tonight. And the goal of that, I think, is to make sure that families if we do opt to redistrict, that families are made aware of that as soon as possible. So I think that's sort of, I hope to clarify.
That's fine.
Some of the questions.
I appreciate the clarification, but I also would appreciate if we choose not to redistrict, are we then adopting Plan B as is, or is there still some wiggle room with Plan?
It's what's going to happen.
Right.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be done.
I was going to
If
say,
we can just.
Okay, excuse me. Go ahead.
So our elementary principals, they do this operationalizing of their buildings every single year, right? And that's the decision that they have within their buildings to kind of make it within it. And so the conversation that I had with all three principals was that if we choose to not, if the decision is made this evening to not redistrict, we wanted to be fully transparent with what they would most likely do to operationalize their buildings in September. But as I shared in the beginning, they also might go back and be working with staff, and this might look a little bit different. So none of these need to be adopted. They will go and make the decisions that they need to do in order to open their buildings in September. This was an opportunity to provide to the committee just so that you had all of that information, just that in terms of where most likely things would move and what it would look like in the event that we waited, which again is fine. We just wanted to make sure you had all that information. But and these are just them sharing that piece of it. But again, they'll operationalize it as they always do.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sure.
And I also appreciate the fact that you said that the principals involved in their buildings will be sitting down with their staff, building people, and figure out what's what. And it's not a quick decision. So I appreciate the clarification on that. And I get it. If we don't redistrict tonight, this is what it's going to look like. It's going to shape out in different ways in different buildings, but we're not going to be redistricting option 1 through 5. So we do kind of have options. Well, no.
We can pick 1 through 5. We can vote on 1 through 5 or
All of the options that have been presented to this point,
been your
options
Monday.
1 through 5 from the consultant, along with this, along with a phased-in option 5, are on the table. I just want to make sure that that is clear for everyone in the audience. We have not removed any of those things from the table. This is informational so that we know what it looks like if we don't redistrict, which is important information for the committee to have. Thank you to the administration for putting it together.
I appreciate it as well, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to Mr. Moran. Just since Monday night, Mr. Lipset asked us to come up with these things, and so that's what we've been spending the majority of our waking hours doing.
Sure.
Ms. Young today even was at schools doing this work with principals, so it's not being done to them; it's being done with them.
Okay.
And trying to provide again the committee a look at what, if the choice to not redistrict is made, what that would look like in September. And so what you have in front of you are really notes from...
Exactly.
Like,
I'm sorry.
so it's not a formal presentation that would go to families. It's like a working draft of things that are happening today.
Which is like why I like the word triage. But,
Okay, I'm all set for now,
all right,
Mr.
thank you,
Chairman.
Mr.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Court. Then we'll go to Ms. Wetzel. And
Not so much a question, but I just kind of a little discussion since I think that's where we're going right now. I want to explain my thought process on this issue. The main metrics that I used for this were moving the least amount of students, the distance they live from the schools, and the potential longevity of the plan. I'm less concerned about demographic distribution because, of course, that's not static and will change over the coming years, could change by September. I'm also not swayed by the predicted savings since we don't know what transportation is going to cost, nor any other incidentals that arise. Didn't sway me either way. The reality is that art on a cart is a situation that is detrimental for so many reasons. Classroom teachers are not able to use their room for prep time. Students don't get a chance to leave the classroom. Art can get pretty messy. Clean up and putting the room back to get its original state cuts into the art time. And then they run over and the teacher can't get back to their classroom. The instructor needs to get on to their next classroom and it just doesn't work. Learning in the hallways is problematic for so many reasons, not least of all the privacy of the student. And while it has been necessary based on space constraints, choosing to continue this practice while we have redistricting plans in front of us is disturbing. A child is pulled out of the classroom for one-on-one instruction, probably already making them feel singled out and different. Now they're trying to learn in the hallway with traffic, noise, all that other distraction. And they're probably feeling unnecessarily self-conscious. I believe in the product that Dr. McKibben has delivered. Yes, other cities and towns took more time to drop a plan, but that's because they had the luxury of that time, which we do not. We cannot continue to slap together good enough plans for getting through the school day. And I appreciate the innovation that has kept our kids learning despite the space issues, but we have a duty to provide an equitable learning environment to every student. Hallway pullouts for some and art on a cart is not it. 6 schools to get to have a library, but the Malcolm White doesn't? I don't see how that's equitable. I appreciate all of the emails we receive from the various stakeholders, particularly the educators that are affected by the lack of space, explaining in detail what their day looks like in the schools affected. I appreciate particularly one comment that I thought was really resonant from Goodyear parent Jasmine Parthasarathi, who spoke tonight. In her email, she said, "I would urge you to weigh the options, not from the perspective of any particular child, parent, or teacher, but with the goal of finding the solution that will do the most good for the most students, both now and in the future." Waiting a year or more to redistrict continues to deprive kids at the Goodyear, Malcolm White, and Harold Wyman, and uproots Rise 2 students again. The intent of the redistrict is to benefit all of the children, even if that comes with a change in school or class population. We need to choose an option and use the rest of this time between now and September to work out and implement a thoughtful plan to get kids where they need to be to have the best school year possible. Once this vote is finalized, our administration can focus on those transition plans. The sooner we thoughtfully make this decision, the better for everyone. Redistricting is disruptive, but so is Plan B. Learning is being disruptive now and will continue to be if we choose Plan B or triage. For these reasons and more, I am supporting option 1 with the potential grandfathering in of the 5th graders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cormier. Ms. Wetzel, you had it.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to thank administration and the team for putting together this document with various other triage options. I appreciate that, and thank you to everyone in the audience and those listening at home for coming. Sorry, I forgot. I will talk into the microphone. So I was just thanking administration for putting together this triage plan for us to we have a better look at what might happen should we not decide to move forward with the redistrict for this coming school year. I was also thanking everyone in the audience, those listening at home. It's been really refreshing and amazing to hear so many people come forward, either speaking or through email or talking to us as we're walking to school. I love it. It's great. Please continue to come. It's fantastic. We can work on seats. So thank you. I did, though, have a question in regards to this document, the triage document that was put together. And this is in no favor of any plan. It was just a question that I thought of as we were going through it. Option 5 with the delayed opening for fall 2025. If we were to move around some of those programs, what does that mean for inside of those schools that we're moving the programs? Do they still operate as they are now, or does it help freshen up some space?
It opens up space.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was my one question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Other questions? Ms. Chisholm.
This just makes me crazy, and I appreciate all this, that we've gotten this stuff tonight, but it's tonight, and I'm trying to read this and try to circle through in my brain and realize what would make the most sense to us. But I truly think that I would not favor 3 through 5, and I don't even want that to stay on the table. If we do table redistricting, I don't want the Linscott staff to think for a year they're going to be going through this again. And I just, so I would try to eliminate that when the vote comes. But I don't even know what the costs were going to be for this. We don't have a cost assessment, changing these rooms around and making all these changes that we're going to need to do. Not sure if we've talk to our new Dave Dunkley and have Lenny decide that can this be done in the time that we're going to be done. If we decide to make rooms changed over and so forth, I mean, it's going to be a cost, and I don't know how that will be absorbed in our budget. So that's something that we have to do. But one thing I do want to point out that I found an extreme positive tonight is every parent talked about how wonderful the staff were at each one of their schools. And it was really great to hear that everybody's working together, even in the worst circumstances and the tough situations they have at these 3 schools. Everyone wants to stay there. So I think that there's a big shout out to the staff that you're doing an excellent job. And times it doesn't always seem like you're appreciated to do the stuff that you need to do on a daily basis. I mean, I did tour the Goodyear School, and it is amazing on the cots that were roaming the hallways, and it was stuck against the walls. And that was the reason we built these schools, because we were at that situation. And that's how we got the citizens behind us to build new schools, because we were having classes on stages, and it was awful. And hate to see it repeated, but then again, we had an influx of 500 students this year. What will happen if we even go through all of this and we get another 300 students next year? We'll be in the same or worse situation. So we have to think about that also and make sure we talk to our state delegations somehow. I don't know how that will happen, but we need to be able to curb some of that. It's gotten crazy and out of hand, and we don't know what we're going to be faced with come September, if we will get another influx. But I think the timeline is really being pushed, and I understand the need, and it truly is there, and that's why we did this, and that's why I supported having the study being done. But it just seems like there seems to be more questions than there are answers, at least for me, that within these schools. But I'll be glad to listen to everybody else and see what we go. But and budget's going to be a huge thing that we have to think about, because I think a lot of these plans will add to our budget. And so we'll see what City Council did tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Chisholm. If I could just ask for a clarification. Mrs. Chisholm, you mentioned the state delegation regarding new students. Am I incorrect in thinking that a fairly small number of our new students that we added this year are students who were placed in shelters?
Well, not just them. Anybody coming into our schools. I mean, when we have at one school 22 new ML learners. I mean, those students who are coming in, they come to us. We will educate them. That's our job to do it. But we don't know. I mean, we kind of can control real estate because we know what houses are for sale and apartments that are being built, but we don't know when they're coming in by influx.
I was just curious about your statement regarding reaching out to our state delegation.
Right.
I'm not sure what they could do about that.
Right.
All right. Any other questions for administration? Ms. Roskin, go ahead.
I just want to thank Mr. Morin for being willing to ask the difficult questions regardless of the response. I just wanted to confirm that with the choosing of the triage, would that still be an option to redistrict moving forward? I feel like I'm not sure if I heard that.
The following year?
Yes, is that correct?
If I could just have administration answer that. Yeah.
Or is that like off the table? Like if we decide triage, no more redistrict, we just continue?
I think that would be up to you. But if
Yeah, I would say what we, again, that decision would be that of the committees. What we attempted to do, therefore, when looking at the triage, was to not move anybody. If I guess under the assumption that was the reason that we were triaging, it also was to see. I guess it would probably be to see where we are in a little bit more time after the start of the next school year. But the decision on whether to redistrict would remain at the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'll be honest, I am more leaning towards triage, not because I don't want to redistrict. I just believe that haste makes waste, and I think moving too fast can cause problems. I know there's been conversations stating not doing anything, but waiting is actually doing something. There's a virtue in being patient, and I think being able to sit in something and giving them more opportunities for more people. We've had a conversation in the past about people are given the opportunity to listen, they're given the opportunity to hear. But a community member mentioned that something should have been sent out on remind. I agree. I think that is very wise, and I think moving forward, being more transparent, if need be, sending letters out to parents, I think that's an option. Just word of mouth, I don't think that's enough to have the conversation. I also believe that we have to give people time to grieve. There are levels of grieving, and anger is one of them. And just acceptance is the last one. And there's a reason for it being last, because we've gone through the other emotions, and being able to be heard is a huge importance. I was once told that we have 2 ears, so we can hear twice as much. And I think that's something that we ought to do, and we ought to give space to people for us to hear them. And this is really important. To make a decision to redistrict this year, yes, that's a challenge, because there's so many moving pieces. It's just so much to say, and trying to wrap my brain around all of this today is a lot. But I'll do my best. But I think pushing the redistricting back, I think is wise. As far as my concerns, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Anything else from the committee?
I just wanted to say, I was at an event last night. It was at Studio Cafe. It was for Know Your Neighbor. And at that event, they had 4 people on a panel, and they were talking about why they moved to this country from another country and why they chose Woburn. And on that said panel, there were 2 students, actually, 2 rising seniors at Woburn Memorial High School. And both of them came from separate countries, Iraq and India. And one came at 7, one came at 5. They both didn't speak the language. They had no family here. Parents didn't have jobs in some cases. And they moved. Now they're rising seniors. They love it here. They're thriving. They're doing great. I say this because I think change can be very good. I think there's a lot of good that can come out of change. I also know change can be hard for people. It's hard to change. It's hard to move. Those things aren't easy to do. But these kids did it, and they're thriving now. But I know, and I believe, and yes, we do. We need to redistrict. We cannot continue to operate the way we are. There's pictures in this document we provided, and I've been inside the Goodyear and the Reeves. The Goodyear has hallways, long hallways like all schools do, but at the end of their hallways are tables, and learning's taking place at those tables. That is very difficult for a child to concentrate. I'm an adult, and if I was sitting at a table, my head would turn every time I heard a sound. It would be very difficult to focus. The principal doesn't have an office at the Goodyear. At the Harold Wyman, we have overcrowding in our side of our classrooms. We have art on a cart and other specials on a cart. We actually got an email from all the special teachers, so music, library, gym, etc., stating all the reasons why it's so important to have a dedicated space for all of those specials. So I believe that we need that. We 1,000% do. And for elementary school to potentially lose a library, I mean, in the triage plan, option 3, it doesn't happen, but there's still obviously other things that are not great for the Malcolm White when we look at keeping the library, because then other rooms go. So do I think any of that is good? No, absolutely, I do not. But I also think that we need to be very mindful about the timeline that we're working with, that we have only a few weeks left of school, to select an option, implement an option, and come up with a plan for students to move buildings. And we heard from the Linscott today, we heard from the Shamrock, we heard from many of the schools here, which was wonderful. And I was really appreciative to hear from the ECP, because I know something, early childhood program, they've been fighting for a very, very long time, was to have a building of their own. So I thought, oh, maybe this is an opportunity. We have this, the Linscott, but to hear from them as to the reasons why it's not conducive for a program like that, it makes a lot of sense, because we have to think about the early childhood program has all these kids, and there's 160 some odd kids that are on IEPs, and every single program that we have inside of our elementary schools that's divided to schools is actually all inside of the ECP, and those streamline out. So it's an intensive program. So to say that they should have their own building and they should all be in the same place, I totally agree. To set up a task force to make that happen, I'm fully behind. I would love to help with that. But to move them to a new school and be able to get that school ready for them, I don't know how we would do it, and I don't know where we would get the money from that as well. So I do not think that's necessarily a great option. Could we figure out a place for them to go, and should we? Yes, we 100% should. But I think that we are working on a timeline, and I regret to say we're working on this timeline, because I do not like the things that are happening inside of our buildings. It should not be. Learning cannot happen that way. It's very difficult. But I also think that we need to be very mindful of the amount of time we have before school starts in the beginning of September, right after Labor Day, and we're looking at only a few weeks left of the school year. Those are kind of my thoughts, but I really appreciate everyone here today. I appreciate everyone so invested in our community. It means a lot, and I really urge everyone to keep coming. We are 1,000% listening, so thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Ms. Wessel?
Crowley?
No, I was thanking you. No, I'm seeing Ms. Crowley has something to say, but I didn't see a hand.
It's a compliment.
Okay.
I'll just respond to this. I'm not in favor of the triage. I'm not in favor of any stalling of the inevitable. I'm thinking about Title I schools, Malcolm White and Goodyear, really having a difficult time with space. That really impacts me to think about, and doing things like learning in the hallway. Thank you, Ms. Cormier, for really nailing that point. But I really want to express my position that the Woburn School Committee should establish the Linscott School as the early childhood program. I think I'm the, one of the few of this group, and that's fine, but I really think it's a good programmatic decision. I think that maybe we could do it in September of 2025. Really give people an opportunity to study it more, look at the building, the layout of the building, upgrade if we have to. But I am counting votes, and looking like that's not quite gonna, I'm not gonna get a triple on that one tonight. But I just want to express that I am in no way in favor of triaging children or the plan. I think that we should move forward with a redistrict. And if my fellow colleagues want to go with option one, I will most likely join the majority of that, because I think it's solving the problem and it's really bringing us to where we need to be. It's alleviating the pressure on the 3 schools. And since it was my idea for the task force, kind of have to go with that. But I just want to make one last ditch effort for the committee to consider the ECP. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowley. Mrs. Chisholm.
I will never second that, but anyway, I will tell you that, I think it's a great idea, and someday when, unicorns and rainbows all come floating through Woburn, we can get it, because it's just, I think it's always going to be a budget issue, and it's going to be something that we fight every year for our budget. So it would be wonderful, and I think every young parent out there with little kids are probably doing somersaults and cartwheels thinking it could be a possibility, but I just think it's not going to happen. And I just really don't want the Linscott School to be in limbo for a year, thinking that
9 current classrooms for elementary. Option 1 has us at 102 with 3 bubble rooms. So that's 105. So that is 4.
4. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just
thank you. Just didn't want to say it incorrectly.
Because that's my concern too. Is we're late in the game for this, and if we're going to be reducing classrooms, I know for a fact what these elementary teachers accumulate so much stuff that I've moved one lovely little teacher 3 times, and I pray I never do that again. I had the Wyman Annex in my basement for a summer, so it's really short notice to be moving anybody, and I feel bad for that. But again, that will be a cost because I'm assuming this will be our move for them. And again, another cost that we're going to have. And until I know that our budget was approved at exactly what we sent, I'm not really ready to do anything to add to a budget that may not be sufficient.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Real quick. Go ahead. Is that a response to Ms. Chisholm?
Oh, no, I was actually going to make a motion.
Okay. Why don't we hear from other members and then
Absolutely.
we will.
So fast.
Ms. Cormier, go ahead.
Number one, I want to go on record in saying any elementary school teacher that needs me to help them move their classroom, hit me up. I will do it. That's my summer. Secondly, the Building Capital Planning Committee is talking about potentially, and I love this, a building for North Woburn finally for the Alta Vista, Linscott, and ideally adding a ECP to that. So for everybody that wants that to be a reality, which includes myself, it's closer than it has been. I'm not going to say it's any time. I don't know how long it takes to build such a thing from the beginning of the project, but it is. There are moving parts now, and so as we continue to talk about that, continue to talk about the potential for full day pre-K, that can be a reality. So I do absolutely agree with Ms. Crowley that it needs to happen, and I think it's in the horizon, but not just immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moran?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to wrap things up here. Just, again, to Ms. Young, her notes as well presented tonight. Just a reminder to those that have been sitting through a lot of these meetings. We also sat through many meetings to adopt a new health curriculum at our school level, which took longer than this particular process. We also sat through lots and lots of meetings about a history curriculum, which took longer than this process is taking. We recently had the high school principal in about the bell schedule. And again, someone that sat through a couple of principals at the high school, that's been talked about by a couple of principals. He's decided that'll be brought up next year. So again, the timing, I just don't agree with the timing of the redistricting. The more I look at Ms. Young's, triage, Plan B, options here, it's not a solution. And you're right, it's kind of putting more Band-Aids, on this situation. But if these things can possibly be done, and get the word out to people, and the principals can work within their buildings to, and figure out options, I wouldn't even consider picking an option tonight. Perhaps revisit, let the people know about the options, but that's just my opinion. But I just want to remind people that others have worked on other projects and other initiatives with this district that took longer than this decision tonight on redistricting. So, my point. Thank you.
All right. Mrs. Chisholm, and then I'm going to ask you to pause on your motion because I'm going to want to have you come over here for a minute.
Okay. I don't think we'll be choosing the options. Won't that be the administration's job to do, which they do every single year?
Of the Part B, you mean?
If we do the triage.
Yeah.
So that would be up to the principals who know their building better than anybody sitting, well, except the administration, at this table. And it's their job to work with the staff and do what they need to do, which they do every single year. So I think we don't have to worry about the options. We just have to worry about whether or not we go forward with the redistricting tonight.
Correct. All right.
I know that from our strike that happened not too long ago. I'm not saying that I'm encouraging a strike, but I'm saying we might be mindful that if we start, I was going to say cutting teachers, but if this happens and teachers are laid off and so forth, teachers may jump ship because they're disappointed in the school. And I recall a survey went out for the high school that teachers feel like administrators don't listen to them. And so I really feel like we need to consider, and I'm looking on both sides. I just think, again, slow and steady wins the race. We make moves now. We may make moves that aren't proper because we're moving too fast. It did take time for me to get elected, which took a lot of time. And again, like Mr. Moran said, having that time is, I think, giving that time is necessary. He mentioned the time that it took for whatever that took place in the past. I think giving that time is necessary. So I just say we might want to consider our teachers even more. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Ms. Crowley?
I just wanted to respond to something Ms. Mulrennan said. We have been discussing space and capacity for multiple years. The feasibility looked at space and capacity issues. I remember Mr. Clark, I first got on the committee, he was talking about space at the Shamrock. We have been talking about space, that's why we moved the Reeves program, the preschool over to the Reeves. So we have been talking about space capacity issues for so long. The feasibility study analyzed it. We had a building task force 2021, and so we have ample amount of information. In fact, we have more information than most districts do when they redistrict, because we have a feasibility study on the condition of all the buildings and a consulting firm that looked at our demographics. So we have so much information. I think we're ready, and I think we're making a very, very well-informed decision to move forward. So I just wanted to make sure that people have, obviously it seems like we're making a rush decision, but this has been fermenting for so long that we've talked about this. We've built buildings and talked about space capacity issues, the combining of the whole line. And so I'm just, I know that's out there, that impression, I understand where it's coming from, but it just, from sitting here, it just isn't so. So thank you.
Thank you.
You
I'm
want
going to pass the gavel if I
Okay.
can. Thank you.
Ms. Crowley, there was also the NESDEC report that is now outdated that we did and now can't use.
So in response to that, I mean, another year. It does. I'm not trying to. You know, I love you. another year.
Let the record show.
I'm like, if it's been talked about, and I joke with you guys, and I say, well, I feel like Jesse and I has been initiated this year becoming in the district, but another year to properly introduce, along with all of the statistics and all the data and so forth, and that way we could. Even if this took place in September last year, it would have gave ample time for next year. But now it's, my son's at his junior at the prom today, and I'm like, okay, we're at the end of the year, and it's a lot in a short amount of time. Even to plan a vacation, we some of us plan a year to properly get dates and so forth. But to ask our parents, teachers, and everyone else to wrap their mind around this in weeks to come, I feel like it's really rushed. And that year can give us time to process even more, get the word out, allow for the community forum, allow more people to hear the message and to learn. Remind can go out more often. Maybe Miss Cormier could deliver some mail to parents.
That wasn't my offer.
That
wasn't my offer. I don't get that much time.
But I joke with that. But I think just pausing, utilizing that time that we have been waiting. We have been waiting. Another year will be a good year waiting for.
Good. All right. Okay. Would anyone like to be recognized? Oh, Mr. Lipset.
It is time for this committee to find the courage to do what is right by the students who are in our buildings. We have students right now, some of our highest need learners, learning behind partitions in a hallway. We have libraries that are going to be dismantled. We have art and music teachers who have to bring supplies up and down staircases to deliver them to kids who desperately want those classes and desperately need those classes. And I am really dismayed that there is any hesitation to do something. I'm not going to take a position at this moment on what that something is, but we need to redistrict in one of these ways, and we need to move on it tonight. We need to be able to get notifications to our families that this is happening. We need to decide which of these plans we are doing so that we can build the transition plans that are desperately necessary. But we cannot wait. I hear what people are saying when we talk about this thing took a year and this thing is going to take a year. Those things don't involve small children learning in hallways. And I am deeply disappointed in members who have long represented everything good in these schools, sitting here and telling me that we can wait, that we can put it off. We can't. It is time to make a decision. I know there are city councilors in the hallway right now. I know that this city has spent years and years and years looking for the way to wait. We love finding good excuses to wait. It's too much money. It's too much in taxes. It's too fast. No. It is time right now to make a decision. Are we supporting what is in the best interest of the students in our schools, or are we not? And if we are not, I want people to take a really good look at why they are sitting on this committee.
Oh, that's Andrew, I'm sorry. That is totally unnecessary.
It may be.
You know what?
But I think this is necessary.
We can have a difference of opinion, and that's just not something that. And I take real offense to
I
that.
understand.
And I'm sorry.
I understand.
You know, you haven't sat here the number of years that I've sat here, and we've gone through tough times, and nobody on the committee has done something like that to the members. That's a disgrace, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Right now.
Don't you ever do that to me again.
I hear you.
Yeah. A little late.
This is what I'm looking at.
A little late.
This is what I'm looking at. And I cannot wait. And I will not wait.
You have a vote.
I do.
Yep. Sorry.
So I hope that people take a long look at what we are doing right now. I hope people take a long look at what happens if we do not move forward with this. That's all I have. Thank you. All right. I think at this point it is time for
Actually,
Ms. Wetzel.
if I could, thank you.
Ms. Wetzel.
I just had a question to administration, actually. I know there's been a lot of talk about a transition plan, and I think that's a lot of the reasons people, parents, and staff are concerned. How quickly should we vote tonight on a plan? Would you be able to have a transition plan available for families to know what to expect?
I think since the meeting the other night, we've talked about sketching out the transition plan. I know that I said we don't have one because we're moving so quickly. I would tell you that we would create a transition plan very quickly. Some of the things it would include identifying staff that would be impacted, speaking with them immediately, notifying the families. I've heard that repeatedly. The families, we're talking about real people affected, so notifying them, offering additional adjustment counseling at schools, affected schools. Ms. Chisholm's talked about looking at facilities. Today was our new facilities director's first day. So
welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome. But looking at facilities to make any modifications to classrooms that might have to get made. We would try to make every attempt to have affected students be able to visit the schools like we do now for move-up day at the middle schools and the high school during the school day. We need to look at transportation as a factor. The special education caseloads would have to be looked at as well. Our nurses would need to be notified if there's any medication that needs of students. That would have to happen. I would recommend having parent open houses at schools to meet staff or administrators, tour the buildings. We'd open the buildings throughout the summer for opportunities. Again, not ideal because they're empty, but I think the intent would be to at least offer that. And I do think that some kind of a collaborative approach with the WTA, with parent stakeholders, with facilities, with administration, should happen as well. So again, these are ideas that we can flesh out in more detail, but we are trying to react to what you decide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crowley.
I'll make a motion that we immediately implement option 5 with delayed opening, which involves the, option 5.
Wait, so
in which
is that Plan B? Is that part of Plan B?
This, yes, yes,
I think we need a quick clarification on this.
of course, absolutely.
What administration presented us in terms of triage included 3 different things, right? There was,
We were asked.
right.
Yes.
Yes.
To provide.
Exactly right.
If option 5 were to be implemented for the fall of 2025, what that would look like. And what we had provided as that information was that there would be a stakeholder group that was convened to be looking at a longer term planning, including the map and a myriad of other things. It would also be, as option 5 is looking to with a transition of the landscape, would be doing more extensive studies in that. And then the proposed kind of movement within there would be the SOAR program would be going to the Alta Vesta, which is where it would be going as part of option 5. We would have the assessment center at the Malcolm White for the year. And then we would be looking at our rising kindergarten and rising first grade Rise 2 students at the Linscott. Again, this is proposed, and this would be part of the implementation planning. And again, we would be having to work with administration as well as the WTA. Again, this is just in as requested on what it would look like.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank
So,
you.
go ahead.
So I'll make a motion that the school committee choose option 5 for redistricting with the delayed opening that has been described by Assistant Superintendent Young.
Okay. Do I have a second on the motion?
You tried.
I am not seeing a second on that motion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we adopt option 1.
Okay. I have a motion that we adopt option 1 for redistricting. Do I have a second on that?
I would like to add that perhaps the school committee create a create a task force to really study the early childhood program issue. It's definitely involving the preschool teachers that came tonight that clearly have a stake in this. And so we can really come up with solutions for the early childhood education program.
That's Plan B.
So.
All right. I
Is
feel
that
we need
on
to
my motion?
clarify.
Second.
So, okay. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. Okay. It sounded like what you might be describing as an amendment to Ms. Cormier's motion.
Yes,
So we have to wait on that for a second. Would someone second Ms. Cormier's motion?
Second.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak on that motion? And before I have that, I need to clarify for a minute. When we say option 1, right, Ms. Cormier, are you referring to option 1 of Dr. McKibben's presentation?
Yes, I am.
So the redistricting option 1 rather than what is written as option 1 on any of these pieces of paper. Right. So redistricting option 1 is the option that... Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Would anyone like to speak on the motion? Ms. Crowley.
I'm in favor of this motion. I see that the option 5 has died a death. So I'm in favor of a redistrict. I'm in favor of this motion. I just would like to make an amendment that running alongside this is a directed attention to the early childhood growth in the city and looking at an ECP task force. I'll offer that as an amendment.
Do I second that amendment?
One would have to second the amendment.
I will do so.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion to adopt option 1. We have a second. We have an amendment on that motion. we do have to vote on the amendment. So, is there anyone who would like to speak on the amendment to add an ECP task force to adoption of option 1? Ms. Young.
And I just want to make sure that everything is known in all options. So if the task force goes in place, this option is having the ECP still split between the Reeves and the Shamrock. So I just want to make sure that if a task force goes in place and a decision is made regarding the ECP program, that while we were looking at a 10-year plan, that if you were to move out that many classrooms out of the Reeves, we could potentially be back at a conversation regarding redistricting sooner than the 10-year time. Which again, all is fine. I just want to make sure that kind of everything is known before a decision is made. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
Ms. Cormier.
Because, and I may have missed it, but the task force, not necessarily for one particular time, like it's not saying necessarily September 2025 or anything like that. It's really kind of supporting what I was saying earlier about the Building and Capital Planning Committee. So it is giving attention to the ECP program. Don't know which way it's going to go, but it's a deeper conversation, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the amendment? No? Okay. All in favor of amending Ms. Cormier's motion to add an ECP task force, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay. Opposed? So why don't we just do a roll call on that?
Mr. Austin.
Yes.
Ms. Chisholm.
Yes.
Ms. Cormier.
Present.
Ms.
And
Crowley.
also in favor.
Yes.
Mr. Morenin.
Opposed?
Ms. Wetzel.
Yes.
Mr. Lipset.
Yes. Okay. So Ms. Cormier's motion is amended to include an ECP. The motion is now to adopt option 1 for redistricting with an early childhood center task force. Any discussion on that motion as amended? Ms. Cormier.
I will. So just my thoughts here, option 3 through 5, I am not in favor of. I don't think this is the time. Obviously, we want early childhood center. This is not the time for the Linscott. If that is the future plan, I don't want to do that now. Option 2, I don't think, and a lot based on Dr. McKibben's comments, that doesn't give us the longevity that option 1 gives us, that it won't lead to lasting space as option 1 will. So for me, option 1 gives us the longest time before we need to do this again. And that is my thought. Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On option 1 itself, from the consultant, when he was here this evening, I asked him, it looked as though option 2 was less disruptive to the families. Option 1 still disruptive to the families, but I will revert back to someone that spoke earlier this evening about Ms. Wetzel's sessions at the library recently, that people had a chance to speak and they were heard. So I think any of these options, again, we'll see how this one goes, but I'll make a motion considering after this one, and we'll see that, people have spoken, they want to be heard, and therefore, like I said earlier, Mr. Chairman Lipset, about, how things take time. Yes, I referenced the health curriculum took time. I'm sorry it wasn't to your liking. The history curriculum took time. Again, apologies. High school principal was here. Those things took time. These things, had we known it was this bad in September, we wouldn't be sitting here in May, almost June, making these decisions on behalf of families and staff. So
It wasn't this bad in September,
I'll entertain the motion, and we'll see what happens with this motion pertaining to the families and staff. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything else on the motion before Ms. Cormier comes back on it? Okay, Ms. Wetzel, and then Ms. Chisholm, and then Ms. Cormier.
Sure. Thank you. I've thought about this for quite a while, really, since we've been talking about it. It's really weighed on me. And I came into this room today really unclear of where I thought this was going or what I thought it should be, where I thought it should be going. But I'm listening, I'm continuing to listen, and I'm looking at these Plan B options. And I spoke earlier about a timeline moving fast, but then I'm also listening to the parents that were here today. I'm also listening to my colleagues on the committee, and I'm thinking deeper about some of these issues we have in our schools, and I'm looking down because I'm looking at the pictures of our buildings as I'm doing that. It's just a reminder to myself of what our kids are experiencing every single day. And I look at these triage options, and none of them are great. While they don't involve moving students directly from buildings, they still involve moving students inside of buildings, and they involve moving rooms out of rooms to utilize them for other rooms. So to me, that doesn't necessarily make sense. I'm saying all that to say, I think I came in with this idea of a timeline, and we need this amount of time in order to make this right. But I'm also thinking about what our students' timelines will be next year as they're going into their everyday and they're having to experience the conditions that are in our schools because we decided to wait another 365 days. So on that note, and with the task force being added on for the early childhood program, which I think is very important for it to have its own building, I think option one, while it does move the least amount of students, the consultant said it can last for 10 years potentially, obviously with the task force of the ECP, slightly unknown. But I think this triage option is a Band-Aid on a problem that's been growing and growing and growing. And with that being said, I feel option one makes the most amount of sense of the options because it does the most amount of good by moving the least amount of students, which I think is one of the things we're all here for tonight. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wetzel. Ms. Ryan, did you want to clarify something?
Yeah, and I apologize. I was actually at the city council meeting this evening. So this may have been covered. I just want to make sure that the committee has all of the information. And this year we talked about we had over 500 students that came in, and it was something that I don't think anybody expected. And our principals have been incredibly creative with solutions this year, and that's very, very much appreciated. We have been talking about the early childhood program for years. We have had discussions for years now about leasing space. The early childhood program desperately needs an appropriate early childhood center. I want to make sure that the committee understands that the early childhood numbers continue to be rapidly increasing. And it's very difficult to predict because as the children turn 3, they are evaluated, and whether or not the student is a student with special needs is something that you don't know until you're able to meet and engage with these kids as they approach their 3rd birthday. We did learn over the past month that we had crossed the threshold for an additional classroom for the fall at the Reeves, and that we would be probably, by no later than January, we would need even one more classroom. So I think an ECP task force is something that is very much needed. I just want to make sure that people understand that with respect to option one, the early childhood program is a very significant variable, and that with 2 classes that need to be added for next year, that is very quickly changing the available space at either the Reeves or possibly the Shamrock. And I would just hate to see if that number increases and we don't have an early childhood center, that we are then disrupting kids again because we don't have places to put the early childhood students that we are mandated to enroll and service immediately on their 3rd birthday. So I just want to make sure people know that I don't see the early childhood program as something that isn't going to increase for years. I think it's something that we are going to continue to see an increase, a fairly steady increase.
Okay.
So just while you make your decision, I want to make sure that you understand that the increases with the early childhood program.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Ms. Chisholm, go ahead.
So on that, do you think that option one wouldn't work?
I believe that for next year, with 2 additional early childhood classrooms, it would fit.
Okay.
I don't know that there would be space left, and I would defer to Ms. Young in terms of if we needed to go beyond that, where that would leave us.
I spoke to Mr. Cominance this afternoon, and we looked at the space. It would be able to go to the 10. However, we would be looking at consolidating and combining either special education classrooms, multilingual learner classrooms for next year. And I think that we would then be, quickly with the ECP program would be seemingly at capacity.
Okay, because I have questions on the, it's for teachers, but it says we're at 191 students. But is that grandfathering the fifth graders, or is that going to make fifth graders move out of that 191 that we kind of pretty much said we would try to keep fifth graders in those buildings?
I think that would be a discussion we would have to have in addition to or after a vote on this.
Okay, so we have more things to discuss. And,
Oh, yes.
and again, $300,000 savings, but the cost of doing all this stuff and adding to transportation, I don't think it's worth going through all this process and doing this when we, in fact, tonight, as May 23rd, we don't even have a budget number from City Hall. So I just think that we're just, until I see a number, I'm not going to change anything.
Could I just get a clarification on, because Mr. Chisholm mentioned transportation increases?
Yep.
My memory is that option one was the only one that did not increase transportation. Is that correct?
On paper.
On paper. I fully understand.
On paper. We're moving kids across Main, yeah, on
I hear you.
paper.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Ms. Cormier, and then I think, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify for Mr. Mulrennan, because I knew option one actually does move 9 less little pumpkins than option 2. If that was, I know you mentioned that option 2 moved less, and I know Dr. McKibben said the same thing. But while looking at it, that was the difference. And in September, we didn't know because we didn't have this plus 500 kids. There have been space issues, as has been mentioned, but September wasn't as dire as January, February, and March became in such a quick time. So I just wanted to clarify that. You're good.
Along the, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm just kind of peeking over here at Ms. Cormier's notes from the consultant's report. What do you have for a cost associated with option one? Somewhere in here?
300,000 savings, but that does not, the bus transportation.
Right.
That's for teachers.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, I'm not going to support it, but happy to hear, just get the answers out there.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rossman, go ahead.
Thank you. I will speak now, or I'll lose my peace. I've never been told that I was disappointed. Someone never told me that they were disappointed in me. I joke that now I know what my kids feel like. So I will say this. I felt like that statement was unprofessional. I felt like based off the conversations, the reason why I took this position is known. But I also say that this conversation is not new, from my understanding. Mm-hmm. So I would oppose or ask a rebuttal question is, why haven't this conversation been brought up as far as let's redistrict then? Why now? So off topic of that, option one was an option that I previously thought was a good option considering 3, 4, and 5. This is a challenge considering what the other options offer. I can't say I'm going to choose it, but it's more of an option that I felt like would be beneficial currently. Other than that, plan B. But I just wanted to mention that is something I have considered. I felt like I wanted to speak up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rossman. I want to take a quick pause for a moment. I owe this committee an apology, and I'm going to offer that apology now, and I realize that it may be taken by some and may not be taken by others, and that's okay. I lost my cool. It's been a long day at the end of a long week, dealing with this and dealing with the budget. That is not an excuse, but I lost my cool. It is not like me to do so, and I hope that that's recognized by people in the room. So I unconditionally apologize to my committee. I stand by the substance of what I said, but I do not stand by the characterization of the members of this committee who are absolutely dedicated public officials who are here for the benefit of our students. I recognize that. I deeply apologize for those words. That having been said, and I also want to say, this is what we want to model for our kids. Our kids don't always keep their cool, but we hope that when they lose their cool, they are able to recognize that, they are able to make amends. That is what I am attempting to do as we move forward. All right. So, any other?
All love, Mr. Chair. All love.
I just wanted to note that Mr. Lipset has been the person that it's a tough spot. Most of us have been there, and he has been sorting through the emails and the extreme emotions that people are expressing, as they should, when they communicate with us, and it's a lot to take in. So I want to thank you for that.
I appreciate that. It is not about me,
I know.
but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
All
So,
right.
motion.
Back to the motion. Is there anything else on the motion? Dr. Crowley, go ahead.
Yeah, just on option one, I think to Ms. Chisholm's question relative to capacity, Ms. Ryan spoke to it very well. I did reach out to Lisa Murphy, who's the pre-K coordinator, just to give you in the committee some additional data points. In 2022-23, we had 174 total students. This year we have 203 total students, so there's a swing of 29, an increase of 29. In 21-22, we had 188. So the point I'm trying to make is that there's variability every year predicated on who moves where and what the needs are. So again, I think the question that you had asked was the viability of option one, and I want you, like we keep saying, the committee to have all of the information and just another data point to consider.
Can you just repeat those numbers? I just didn't write them down fast enough.
Sure. I'll go in order this
Yeah.
time. 21-22, we had a total number of 188 students. 22-23, we had 174 students. In 23-24 this year, we have 203 students.
And next year, we're expecting.
Can I
And-
just one minor clarification, though that is accurate? What I would add is that we are short at this point, let me do the quick, 30 typical peers, looking at the math. So for the number of special education students that we have in the program, we should this year have 233 students enrolled. We are still struggling to fill our typical peer spots with the half-day model.
253, right?
233, 203, and 30.
It's 203 and we're short.
Oh, I thought it was 223. Got it. Thank you.
33. Right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Moran, go ahead.
I'll be quick on this one. So again, if this happens to pass, then it may or may not work down the road. So we have lots of other unanswered questions and concerns out there still. So I just want to remind people of that with the consultant's option one, excuse me. Still a lot of unanswered questions and a lot of unknowns at this point.
Thank you. All right.
So with
Mr. Austin.
With this vote here, would option B be on the table?
No. So this motion is to redistrict based on Dr. McKibben's option one that was presented to this committee on May, I want to say 9th. I believe it was May 9th.
Yes.
In which he showed us the maps and the number of students moving. That is the option one that we are referring to. If we vote to adopt this motion, we will redistrict the Woburn Public Schools according to option one, while forming an early childhood center task force to study how to build space or acquire space for additional growth in our ECP. Okay? That would mean that this, which is the option, which is what happens if we don't redistrict, would no longer be applicable because we are redistricting. This is what happens if we don't redistrict. That's what I'm holding in my hands. So if we redistrict, this is gone.
If the yeses do not win on this vote,
You can make another motion.
We could just.
We can keep going until we are set on what we got.
I'm learning.
Yep, this is a tough one. This is the toughest one that I've been on, and I've been on tough ones.
Shall we vote?
So,
No, thank you for the initiation.
there you go. Okay.
Wait, actually,
This one.
I just had one more question. On the, it was briefly spoke about, but if the ECP grows one classroom with Plan 1, Option 1, we would have space, but what if it grew to 2 more, what would we be seeing inside of the Reeves in order to accommodate the additional classrooms?
Sure, so 9, there's this big space for 9.
Okay.
When we go to 10, it's when you would start to combine special education teachers, multilingual learner teachers, moving wind rooms around, and then if you were to go to 11, we would be talking about specialist rooms.
Thanks.
Okay.
Temporary fix.
All right.
Nice.
Ms. Cormier.
Sorry, I really want to vote. I guess, and you have more specific information regarding late ages, birthdays, whatever. There is obviously fluctuation. It's not like it always goes up. It just depends on who's out there. So it's hard to even say what the next few years of the ECP is going to be. It could go up. It could dip a little depending on how many kids are born and all those variables.
It could.
Not that
I will say that we have not seen dips. We have continued to see an increase in numbers and an increase in the students that need either partial or substantially separate programming, which is a little bit different too. So it is, you know, we don't know.
Right.
We can look at the trends coming from early intervention and we can see some of the different numbers, but children develop a lot in their early years, and you know, we start the evaluation process at 2 years, 6 months, and you know, until we're through that, we really don't know. But I would say that the communities in Massachusetts, it is somewhat of many are discussing just the rising numbers across all of the communities. I don't think it is specific to Woburn. You really don't hear of communities that have dropping numbers.
Okay, thank you.
All right. At this, Mr. Austin, go ahead.
Just to confirm, triage can only take place if this option 1 fails. Follow-up question: how would we, if that was the case, would we go back to the drawing board as far as new options, or these options will be that year later?
That would be something for the committee to determine after we have settled on no redistricting. If we wind up with triage, what we have effectively done is say we will not redistrict the Woburn Public Schools, right now for next year, right? If we don't do that, this is what happens. At that point, the committee could then determine that we would investigate redistricting longer term, or we could vote not to do that, right? But we have to take it one step at a time. And right now, the step is: are we going to adopt option 1 as a redistrict for the Woburn Public Schools in September of this school of this year? Right? If that fails, then we would have to determine if we are going to do something else or if we are not going to redistrict. If we at that point determine that we are not going to redistrict, then this is what happens. Okay?
And just a quick note on that.
Yes.
If we did wait potentially a year to whatever if that were to fail and then Plan B was enacted, this information might be out of date and we may need to hire a consultant again, potentially, to reevaluate where we are at. So this has a shelf life on it, I guess is my comment.
I believe that would also be true of the ECP. The ECP would continue to grow regardless.
Everything changes,
So,
certainly.
Right. Okay. I think at this point, it is time for a vote. So, all in favor of adopting the motion of option 1 with an early childhood center, we are going to need a roll call. So let's just go straight to a roll call on this one. Right.
Task force.
And with an early childhood center task force, absolutely. So let's go to a roll call on this.
Mr. Austin?
No.
Ms. Chisholm?
No.
Ms. Cormier?
Yes.
Ms. Crowley,
Yes.
Mr. Morenin,
No.
Ms. Wetzel,
Yes.
Mr. Lipset.
Yes. All right. So, the Woburn Public Schools will be redistricting using option 1 as the model. That vote was 4-3. So, what we now have to determine are several operational questions that go along with that. Right? I think among these, well, we can, if members have ideas that they would like to talk about how we operationalize this, the floor is open to discussing those. I think one thing that we do need to determine involves the middle school and how we move forward on middle schools. At our last meeting, we did discuss whether or not current middle school students need to be redistricted. I think that is something that we would need to talk about. There are other discussions on the table regarding current fifth graders, things like that. Ms. Cormier.
So I don't know if I said this right when Dr. McKibben was here. I would support not changing any current middle schoolers, but the incoming middle schoolers, the rising sixth graders and forward. The current sixth and seventh graders moving up to seventh and eighth, I would want to keep at their current schools.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I just have a thought, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if the administration is sort of ready to talk about these operational.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I mean, we just voted.
Right, like, yeah, so
Okay.
I don't
That is
think
a
you
fair- that is a fair
operationalized all
point.
5
Yeah.
plans and we're like, oh, you picked this one, look what I have.
I think,
Right.
We can put these
I
things
think
into the
what would-
ether.
I
if we
think
want.
what would be helpful is, I think that I certainly think that I feel comfortable that we're, certainly have looked into and understand the scope of each of them. I think that in terms of like the specifics of if we can grandfather in a fifth grader, not to that level, I think that it would be helpful, and this is just my opinion, to certainly jump in. It would be helpful to know what are the things that you need to know from us operationally that we can prioritize getting back to you and the community quickly. And if it's related to grandfathering in middle school, all of those pieces, I think that we would do better thinking for all of you if we had a minute.
Could we make a list and then have them at the next meeting?
So, yes, we are likely going to need an additional meeting next week. So why don't we will talk about that at some point tonight, and then I will have committee members put together a list that I can forward to administration on other questions attached to this. Okay. Thank you. All right. From an administration standpoint, is there any other business that the committee needs to determine regarding redistricting right now?
No, I think I appreciate the opportunity to be thoughtful about responding to you like you've asked for us in the past. I feel like this has been quite a long few days. We'll continue to provide information in real time to you so you can make decisions.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We still have a little while ahead of us here. I'd like to propose that someone make a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
I would like to take a 5-minute recess, please.
Okay.
I
Do I have a
move.
second on that? All right. All in favor of a 5-minute recess, say aye.
Aye.
We are in recess. Yeah, that puts us on the budget for right now.
Directing the administration?
We are. Yes.
So I'm going to say, if we decide, all we do is look at the bottom number he gave us. That's what we vote on. And we make the cuts according to that. He doesn't tell us if they do. Is that why you can come tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to need to schedule.
Why does it come in now?
All right. Committee, are we ready to come back into business?
Yes.
All right.
Myself, yes.
Can I have a motion to return from recess?
I will make a motion to return to the regular order of business from our recess.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Nay.
We are back in session. Before we move on to our next budget, our next agenda item, could I just have a motion, if possible, to direct administration to just sort of go over option one, make sure that it is optimized in terms of what we're looking for, that we sort of finalized our programmatic situations in terms of option one?
So moved.
Okay. Any second on that?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So administration will take a look at option one, make sure that everything is laid out the way that works best, and get back to us in terms of any changes that might have been made, small adjustments. Okay. Next up, we have an FY25 update. I understand that the City Council did meet tonight. Mr. Viola, I see you back there, to talk about a budget number for the city, and that we have an update on that. I know Ms. Ryan and Mr. Dizio were at that presentation, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Crowley, but if you want to, or we can just go.
I'll go to
That's
Alex.
fine. Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah. I would defer to the people that were at the meeting.
Yes. I was just giving you a chance to introduce your staff rather than me do it. But okay.
No.
Let's give it to the money guy.
So it turns out we've learned we can't be in two places at the same time.
Yes.
So Ms. Ryan and Mr. Dizio attended the city council meeting tonight, and so I would defer to Ms. Ryan or Mr. Dizio to recap what we learned relative to the FY25 budget.
Sure. So I can take the Cliff Notes version here for everyone. Basically, the changes that were made from the budget that we had submitted of 14.34% was to add a placeholder for redistricting of $375,000. We kept the early retirement savings placeholder of $750,000, and we we added a migrant grant offset for $950,000. That's for the newly arrived students. That brings the total budget to $88,891,620,000, or a total budget increase of 12.66%.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mrs. Chisholm.
So what's the cut? How much we're going to, because we make the cuts, we don't get placeholders. So we have to know within our budget, how much money do we have to find?
So it would be $1.325 million. So $1,325,000.
Awesome.
Does the 750 is already in, correct?
We already had that in.
Yeah, that's already in there. So it's $1,325,000 plus the $750 that was already included.
Oh, so almost a $2 million cut.
If you're doing all three of those, yeah, two. Sorry. $2,075,000.
That we need to find?
Well, so now might be a good time, I think, to get an early retirement update based on the numbers that came in today, just so we see where we are.
Sure. Give me a minute.
Sure.
I apologize for springing on you, but
In the meantime, can I ask a question?
yes.
Regarding the migrant grant offset, so I know Dr. Crowley did speak about the current state of the grant money last week. at City Hall. And there is no sure amount, if there is an amount, that we are going to be getting for the next school year / fiscal year. So I am concerned that we are that it will be assumed that we are going to get $950,000. That is a huge concern for me, because I don't like to assume that we're going to get these things, because it'll just come back to bite us. So,
and that is something I think we can seek clarification from administration on as well.
Fantastic.
But I want to have them clarify one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So, Mrs. Chisholm, go ahead.
But I just want to remind the committee, we are the ones that make these cuts. We don't get told where to take it from. So we run the school system, we have to make the cuts, and this is going to hurt. But I'll wait for the actual numbers on the early retirement.
So what I'm pulling up from early retirement. A total of 26 people put in for early retirement.
Okay.
But of those 26 that put in, there's only 5 that are new. So 21 of the 26 were planning
From
to
this year?
retire this year anyway. So there's 5 new people, 2 teachers and 3 paraprofessionals.
So what's the cost savings for just those? Because that's really the only cost savings we have, because we knew those other people were leaving. So I don't know why they were getting it anyway, but that's okay. So 5 new.
And they've been replaced,
And, yeah,
original people.
But the cost savings for those 5, do we have any, just roughly, I'm not going to hold you the dollars and cents, but, so it's 3 teachers?
2 teachers, 3 paras.
So probably maybe $100,000 total.
I'd say conservatively, 100 to 125 is probably fair.
Okay. So we only have to find another $2 million roughly. Biggest cut we've ever seen.
Ms. Crowley.
Why we passed a budget, so how did our budget get adjusted after we had a public hearing on it and we voted on it and we sent it to City Hall? How did they get adjusted? Who adjusted it? Who has authority to adjust it?
Is that what? The mayor.
Oh, so that's what the mayor is saying. Oh,
Yeah.
that's what the mayor is saying. His recommendation is going to be to City Council.
That's how much money we'll be
Correct.
getting.
And he somehow found out that we were getting some sort of grant, because where did that come from? And
I would like a little clarification on the migrant grant numbers. So the placeholder that was, I guess I'll say, recommended is $950,000. What, I mean, I can really only ask administration, but do we have a sense of what that is based on, or where that's coming from?
Maureen Shaker, do you want? I'll start and feel free to. So, the conversation that we had at City Hall, the question was asked. So we have newly arrived a grant this year that's being funded by the state. So specifically, for every day that students are enrolled in the Woburn Public Schools from the newly arrived, we receive $104 per day that they're in our schools. And so we currently have, I don't have it in front of me, but 70-ish students enrolled, which projects to be about a $1.3 million grant designed to support our newly arrived students. The question was asked actually over the, I worked on it over the weekend. We've had, I think, and we report to DESE on October 1st, our number.
Student population.
And so that number is taken by DESE to calculate the funding in Chapter 70 for next year. So since the question was asked on Friday, I believe, the mayor reached out and asked how many students do we have that have enrolled, newly arrived students have enrolled since October 1st? And the answer there is 13. And so those students, the 13 students, according to the mayor and Representative Haggerty, the funding is going to be there in FY25 for students that have enrolled post October 1. So that's my understanding of how the funding is going to be provided.
Are we projecting that number to add up to 950,000?
Well, 13 times 104 times however many days.
180
on that
or shorter.
So
right?
again,
October.
you can say 180, and
But
if you
it
do the
wasn't a whole
math,
year.
it's a couple 100,000.
Right.
And that's assuming they're.
And that's assuming staying the whole year.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Because some students were placed elsewhere after having been enrolled in Woburn.
Yes, so we did. I want to say around the holiday season, we moved about a dozen kids from the Comfort Inn up on
Danvers?
Montvale. They were moved to Danvers,
Yep.
and none of them stayed. They had the option to stay in Woburn, but they all chose to enroll in Danvers. So our number, it started, it went down, went up. So that's.
I mean, I can say that I was part of some of these discussions and spoke with the mayor a little bit, and I do want to acknowledge Mayor Kincannon is here, City Councilor Toro is here.
Chucky's there.
I know Mr. Viola
here.
I've already recognized. I don't see any of the city councilors at the moment. Is that correct? Okay. I spoke with the mayor a little bit. Is there a clarification? Over the phone today, and on this sort of repeatedly over the last few days. I continue to assert that I think there's a misunderstanding in terms of what that grant represents and what the numbers that we are carrying forward from FY24 into our current budget are. When we received this when we started to receive the payments for this $1.2 million directly from the state to the schools to support services for our newly enrolled students, we had to make several hires. We had to hire staff, ML staff, interventionist staff, classroom teachers, paras, I assume, potentially. Those positions were paid for in FY24 out of that $1.2 million grant. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as.
Okay. No, I want to make sure because I don't want to say anything that's incorrect, right?
Yes.
We still need those positions going forward into FY25. No, we are not losing any of those positions, correct? Okay. Those positions are not paid for out of that $1.2 million in FY25 because the students were enrolled before October 1st. So we are not paid back by the state, reimbursed by the state for any of those costs in FY25.
No, and some of those positions moved into the budget.
Okay.
And then we maintained, for example, the additional family and community engagement staff, we had kept in there to be paid out of there.
Okay.
But if it wasn't coming out of there, we would have had to move it into the budget.
Okay. And so is that the basis we had, in our budget documents, we had about a $535,000 number that we were carrying over from FY24 into FY25.
That we had moved from the grant into the budget.
Okay. And that's because we have staff that we had paid for in that grant in FY24 that we could not pay for in that grant in FY25. And so now they are in that budget.
Yes.
My concern is that is a misunderstanding of that is now currently built into the city's proposed budget that we can't account for because that's not how this particular grant worked. We can't pay for that staff out of this grant. We have to pay for that staff out of our budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there was some staff that we maintained in there that, again, because we attempted to not move all of it, But if we weren't to be funding it through there, we would be then recommending it to go into the budget.
Okay. So is it fair to say that, do we have $950,000 in potential savings from the migrant grant?
The other thing I will add to it is that a considerable amount of that is on transportation. So we provide, because our students who are in the
Hotels.
Hotels, thank you.
It's
I'm
late.
getting
I
there.
like- yeah.
That are in the hotels don't all go to the same elementary school. So we're actually, at this point, I believe there's 3 elementary schools. So and then we have students who go to both middle schools, and we have students who go to the high school. So we're running a significant round of busing and transportation costs that is from there. And so also that's going to have to be accounted for in the funding for additional students, or continue that we're going to have to pay out of the grant is going to be transportation moving forward. Because we are enrolling, we just enrolled some kindergartners today, so we'll know that we'll be, certainly continuing. Not that high of a number, but some. And again, we go to different schools, as well as we provide transportation to conferences, to shows. So we provide the busing for all of these things, because that's the intention of the grant, is for us to be using it for that.
Okay.
And just to further clarify a little bit with respect to the needs of these students, we, as a need comes in, for example, transportation is one, that isn't budgeted for these students anywhere else. So we rely on the grant to fill these needs as they come. It could be, things for clinics, for health needs, and so there's, there are different costs, and that is sort of where it is funded from for those families. There is, out of the funds that came in for this year, and Dr. Crowley made a very good point, that we report it to the Department of Ed through our SIMS data. So every day they're in attendance, it's automatic. Right. So there's no variability. If they are enrolled in the school here, it is paid for that day. If they leave today, the payment goes to a different district tomorrow. With respect to the funding, my understanding is that at this time, with the amount for the students that came in last year prior to October 1st, and Alex, you can clarify, but I believe it is around $110,000, maybe slightly more, that is remaining in the grant. And so, for example, if we were to need to run different things for students, over the summer, that is what we would look to in terms of paying for it, because we don't have a line item for our newly arrived students anywhere else. In terms of what to expect moving forward, at this time I believe we have 13 identified students that, if the state were to continue the funding, would stay in place for the days of enrollment. So if those 13 students that we believe have enrolled since October 1st were to stay for the 180 days next year, and if the state followed through at $104 a day, that would be $243,360. There is also an additional $1,000 a student that they could continue, which would bring you, I believe, to $256. Again, what you have to think about with that money is, with these students, if there are needs for the families and the students, that's the intention of that grant, is to fulfill those needs. If we were to get more students that come in, and there's a very likely chance, for example, kindergartners, as this registration moves forward, there are a lot of little kiddos in the hotel, and if we have a lot of kindergartners that should come on board, that number will go up, because you will continue. So let's say there's 13, your 256 now just doubled to $500,000 essentially. However, you would have to keep in mind that you may need to add classrooms, staff, teachers, ML support, additional transportation for those kiddos. So that's sort of the unknown factor that you have. So I would say there is a potential, depending on what the numbers look like. At this time, we can say they're at 13, which is an additional 256, and we know that there is approximately 110 to 120 remaining. But you have to just keep in mind that you don't know what the needs will be of those students that you would need to expend, with that grant money, which is why the state has put the grant out. So does that clarify it a little bit?
It does. Thank you very much.
So-
This is a very complex issue, and I appreciate the clarification so that the committee is fully aware of this as we move into it.
Yes, you could have a significant amount depending on the enrollment.
Okay.
But again, it's the intention, it's how it is used and what the
So
needs are.
as Ms. Ryan talked about needs, one of the things that I'm looking over at the principals here, I know that as an example, we do counseling at the Malcolm White and pay for some translation services to provide counseling to the students. So, and we pay for that out of the grant. Like we couldn't do that, or we want to do it, but that's how we're paying for it.
So at the end of the day, our budget was 14 something, and now the city's budget is 12, and we are at a shortfall. Call it a placeholder, but it is a cut. So what are we looking at in terms of program loss and staff loss? Like $2 million worth of cuts to the budget?
That's what we've got, 2.075.
That feels like something else that we are going to need to have administration clarify for us
Right.
in the future. Okay. Would the committee...
Make a motion to allow the mayor to speak.
Second.
All right. All in favor of allowing the mayor to speak and address the committee? Say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long night. I come to you, I was actually in the auditorium watching the first half of this meeting, but that was after presenting a proposed budget to the city council for their review and their action. I don't think I need to remind everybody what the process is, but I think I'll take a minute just to try. The school department is a department in the city. It works on a budget, proposes a budget, sends in a budget request, just like every other department in the city, police, fire, DPW, library, etc. It's then my job to compile that information into a proposed total overall budget that I send to the city council. It's then the city council's job to decide what they do with that budget. Recent history has taught us that the budget that comes from the mayor's office, at least in my opinion, is generally so lean, there's almost nothing you could feel comfortable cutting. And I'm talking actual cuts, not reductions and increases, but actual cuts, because they were level-funded budgets. Same number of bodies, same amount of money for paper clips, level-funded budgets. Not 14% increases or 12.66% increases, but level-funded budgets. So when those budgets came to me as a city councilor, I found myself asking most of the department heads that appeared before me, including the school department, how are you going to get by on this amount of money? I've heard your demonstrated needs. This is what's in front of me. I couldn't in good conscience even consider reducing that amount at all. That's what recent history has shown us. But that doesn't mean that that's how it always has to go. My point is the city council now has in front of it my proposed overall budget for the city. They have been watching this process closely. I know because I've watched them as they watch it. I've watched them as they conduct their committee meetings. I've listened to the questions they've asked. I'm telling you about the meetings. One was here, and then one was at City Hall. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of questions, and there was a lot of indication of what the city council might want to do with the overall city budget and, in particular, the school department budget. So I took all that into consideration when I prepared the overall budget, a significant piece, more than half of which is the school department budget. Just by way of background, so everybody understands. This wasn't done in a vacuum, sitting in my office with everybody walking around outside waiting for the puffs of white smoke. This started in January with many of the people in this room in my office, hour after hour after hour, going over the school budget. The reality is I listened to what was put in front of me. I listened to the well-thought-out, well-reasoned arguments and evidence about how the schools in Woburn have been changing dramatically, the needs have changed dramatically, and the costs have to be adjusted dramatically. What we also tried to do during those meetings was identify any sources of savings. And I'll be blunt, there were many times when I was the only one working that hard to identify the savings. Others were working hard, but I felt like I was pushing the envelope, trying to identify savings as much as I could. Some of those meetings got a little bit frustrating, and there was some tension now and then, but all in all, I would describe those meetings as productive, professional, respectful, and I think it led to an outcome. I'll tell you what the outcome was, and it's going to be hard for me to summarize it in 2 minutes. I'll tell you, I just spent 20 minutes at City Hall reading my budget letter that is now a public document available for everybody to review. Maureen and Alex were there. They heard me read it. There's a lot in there. But if I could summarize it, the school department request for all of the positions, all of the expenses, all of the costs was honored. Everything's in there. What's also in there are some projections of potential savings that we might recover. One of them was a redistricting savings placeholder based on the meetings I've come and watched here in this room. There was a range of options 1 through 5 that also included dollar amounts. I understand the main thrust of redistricting is the equitable educational experience, and I support that. I believe in it. You convinced me early on how dire the situation was, that we could not do nothing. We had to act in advance of September. It wasn't an option. There was no plan B. It had to be done. You convinced me of that. You convinced me of a lot of those things. So I used a placeholder in the budget. We used the phrase placeholder, offset, whatever you want to call it. A projected potential savings of $375,000, which is not unreasonable. It started out in our informal weekly discussions much, much higher than that as a potential placeholder. Then it was reduced, and then it was eliminated, even though this committee hadn't even done its work yet to identify what options you might consider, what savings might come from that. It was eliminated down to zero. I didn't feel it was appropriate to send forward a budget that included a zero placeholder for redistricting potential savings before you even voted on what you might do. So I included $375,000. What I've heard tonight is that you've made a decision that you think is in the best interest of the students and the district that might also lead to some savings, maybe even as much as $300,000. I'm not sure yet. You're not sure yet. That's why it's a placeholder. But that number is not far off. The second placeholder was closely aligned with the first. As part of our discussions over those dozen weeks or so, the redistricting decision or discussion was brought up by the school department members as something that had to be done and might lead to savings. And I said, the downside of that would be that the potential numbers of, at that time, 30 to 35 teachers losing their jobs in Woburn would likely mean that 30 to 35 of our new to the team Woburn teachers would go to work elsewhere. So it was in that meeting that I suggested perhaps we look at an early retirement option. If there were people who are close to retirement and they might be enticed to leave a little bit early, and it might be as many as 30 to 35 of them, and that might save the jobs of 30 to 35 other teachers that would otherwise be laid off, I proposed that I would be willing, on the city side, to pony up the amount of money it would take to incentivize them to leave. Potentially $500,000 or $600,000 out of the city's reserves to make early retirement work in conjunction with redistricting. The folks in the room know that that's exactly how that conversation went. That was exactly the context. As we progressed through, we were unable to nail down with any specificity redistricting savings and/or early retirement savings. I mean, just since this afternoon when you emailed me, Matt, the number changed tonight. It's changing every day, and I understand that. That's why it's a placeholder. That's why it's in there as a potential offset. As for the third offset, the migrant student reimbursement from the state. I know we keep calling it a grant, but it's a dollar-for-dollar reimbursement per student. After 12 weeks of trying to get an answer on what we thought might happen in FY25, I called Rep. Hagerty. I said, Rich, what is your confidence level as to whether this amount of money and this funding and this commitment to funding will be available in FY25? He told me, Mike, I have full confidence, and you can use my name if you want. So I said, okay, you're confident that the $104 per day per student, plus the $1,200 per new student that comes into the city, times the number of days they're here, will continue into FY25? He said, yes. He didn't say, I'm not sure, I'll have to get back to you, that would be risky to consider putting a placeholder in. He said, yes, I have full confidence. So I went with that. Then we tried to extrapolate what those numbers might look like. We had to go back and look at the current year's amount of money coming in. And I'll tell you, it was really difficult to get a straight answer into how much money that might be. As easy as it might be to do the math was never done. There were estimates and guesstimates and projectimates, but there were no numbers. It was difficult. We looked at the $535,000 from last year that was earmarked for newly arrived, and the way it was conveyed to us is that it was going to be, it was a deal made between the school department and the prior administration that will get through the budget at July 1, and we know we're going to have to give you more money in October. Don't worry about it. You'll get $1,160,000. And lo and behold, that's what was on the paperwork that I got from the school department. Not that it was separate from the 1.2 that we're getting from migrants. It was $535,000 of the 1.16 for newly arrived students. So that's a figure that's looming out there. And I know you were asked these very same questions by the city council, and I think they left with as much confusion that night as I had over the 12 weeks. In addition to that amount of money that could potentially be duplicated or double counted, there was confusion as to how much money was left to come from the state in reimbursements for FY24. We were told it was a total of $1.2 million, and we had about $800 received already, and the other $400 wasn't likely to come in until after July 1st. So that led us to believe that perhaps that $400,000 might be available to carry over into FY25 as a migrant student reimbursement placeholder to save some money. Additionally, there were 13 students that were in our system after October 1st for whom we are still expecting money and who can be counted in FY25. So that's 104 times the number of days they were there, excuse me, plus $1,200 per student. Then we had to make an extrapolation as to what we think what we could reasonably expect by way of new arrivals for FY25, because these are projections. We're projecting potential offsets to the budget. Assuming we got anywhere from 15 to 30 new students in 1 year, which is not unreasonable, because I don't think the borders are being closed anytime soon, and I don't think we're lifting the Massachusetts shelter law anytime soon. That's another placeholder projection. That's where that dollar figure comes from. None of this is set in stone, and those who heard me speak tonight and those who can read my letter to the council regarding the budget will see plainly that these are placeholders and potential offsets. We have a model for this already. We're doing it right now. We have a special ed $1.8 million off-budget pledge, or IOU, sitting over on the city side for FY24. $1.8 million. When FY24 started, there was a request from the school department, please give us $1.8 million, because there's a very good chance that's how much above our projections of cost we could end up having to spend. And I know that's a moving target, and I totally respect Maureen's passion and commitment and abilities to nail down this moving target. There's nobody better than her. I've learned that over the last several months. But if you look at the $1.8 million that we put aside, because we thought we might incur that much additional cost in special ed costs this year, if you look at that, it was all done in good faith. Everybody thought it was a good idea to do that. Thankfully, gratefully, and because of the wonderful work of Maureen Ryan, we don't need $1.8 million. We need $100,000. Now, bear in mind, last year the school department asked for $1.8 million to be put in their budget. And we said, no, let's put it over here. See how much you need, and if you need more, we'll give you more. That was a pledge made. That is the model for the budget that I proposed tonight. For each of these placeholders, redistricting, early retirement, and migrant reimbursement. It's all spelled out in my letter. I've communicated this in person, by phone, in conversations as recently as the end of the meeting tonight with Maureen and Alex. That is my pledge. I cannot guarantee what the council will do, but my sense is that if we didn't do something like this, they might have simply gone in and cut millions. I didn't think that was the prudent way to go. So I opted to model the special ed overage account that worked so well this year. If it hadn't worked well, and Maureen wasn't able to work her magic, and it did cost us $1.2 million, I would have been there to try to get that $1.2 million, because I saw that it was done in good faith. That's the model we're using for this upcoming budget year, from my perspective. And again, I'll tell you what I did is I proposed a budget. Everybody has a role in this process. My role is to propose budgets for police, fire, DPW, all the way through. The council now has a role. They can look at that and say, are you kidding me? We're going up 12.66% on a school department budget. We're going up all that amount of money. Can you imagine the impact to the taxpayers? They could easily say, no way are we giving the school department what you're proposing, Mr. Mayor. They could easily do that. Just because we haven't done it the last 10 years, because they were lean budgets, doesn't mean it can't be done. So my role is to propose. Their role is to dispose. We will have conversations with them about everything we've talked about tonight, everything that's in my letter, the model we're using for offsets, and my pledge to you, and I'll make it again to them, is that if we do everything we possibly can to recoup as much of this potential savings and offset as we possibly can, and we fall short, I will be there with you in front of the city council requesting more money. But we have to make sure we do our due diligence, and we have to at least allow this to play out and see whether we can somehow recoup some of these savings. To simply say, we don't know how much we're going to get yet in redistricting. We don't know how much we're going to get in, migrant reimbursement and early retirement savings. So the answer is we have to include $0 placeholders. That's not responsible to the taxpayers. Because if we use that logic, we would have given 1.8 million in special ed overage last year into the school department budget. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't make sure that as much of that came back as possible. And I'm not sure we would have gotten 1.7 million back. And I'm just being candid. So that's my approach to this year's school department budget. I've said from the beginning, this has been a collaborative effort. We've done this year unlike any other year. And I'm not sure if this committee understands or comprehends or appreciates all the work that we have done, Andrew has done on your behalf, Matt and Courtney and Maureen and Alex have done on your behalf. Whether all of that was communicated back to you each week, every bit of work we were doing, I'm not sure. I know the council president was in the room, and I feel like the council has a better understanding of this, what we were trying to do. But all of this was discussed. And none of this is last minute. None of it should be taken as a surprise. And it should not be viewed as a cut. We're not talking about you're getting $2 million less than we said. No one's saying that. We didn't give you $1.8 million less last year. We put it over here. It was always there. That's the model I'm seeking this year. That's my clarification. And in terms of process, this is unusual right now.
10:30.
I'm willing to do it, but I just remind everybody that I have submitted to the council a proposed budget for their review and their action. There will be a city council budget meeting with the school department. I believe it's next Wednesday night at 7 p.m. At that meeting, I'm more than happy to speak and reiterate what I told the council tonight, what I've said here. The school department will have the opportunity to present their arguments to the city council. And the city council will have their opportunity to ask me questions about your budget and ask you questions about your budget. That's the process. I think it's appropriate for this committee to be ready for the Wednesday night meeting with the city council, so when they do their job, you can fully inform them, I can fully inform them, and they can make the decision what they want to do next. That's the best summary I can give as of right now. I wouldn't be surprised if you have a million questions. I would just suggest that the time to have those conversations, ask those questions, is Wednesday night. To the point that I've heard before, that you didn't get the mayor's number. I listened to this committee and individuals and other committees and members in the community for the last 10 or 15 years saying that the way we did it before was wrong. You just get a number. No one cares how it was comprised. It's just a magic number. Go twist yourself into a pretzel and figure out how to meet that number. So we didn't do it that way this year. We did it a different way, a collaborative way. I think that's a good thing. And I think it opens the door to future collaboration to make sure that there is the trust and the confidence and all that we're trying to build back in terms of the budget process between the different bodies. So I think that's a good thing. I would ask that you take a look at what I've submitted. View it through the prism of the special ed model we did this year. Don't consider the 375 and the 750 and the 950 as cuts. They're not cuts. They're potential savings that if we don't recoup them, we can talk about them. And anybody who thinks that getting the mayor's number in late April is all you need to know, and you should start immediately acting on it and laying people off, you don't understand your job, and you don't understand the role of the school committee. You should not be taking any action until the city council votes on a budget. That usually happens in June, mid-June. It'll be June 10th this year. So if you have contractual obligations to notify people by May 15th of their status, you're speculating anyway. I would caution you, don't take any rash action right now until the process plays out. Then you'll know where you stand. Again, I bet you have a million questions. I don't feel that this is the appropriate time tonight because this is now in the hands of the city council. I'll be there at the city council meeting. We can all engage together in a robust back and forth, and we can hopefully reach an outcome that all of the bodies can live with and the taxpayers can afford. Because that's been the goal from the beginning. Provide to the different departments what they need to do their job to serve the residents in a way that the public and the taxpayers can afford. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of this tonight. I'll say I also appreciate the hard work you're putting in, especially when it comes to the redistricting issue. This is the furthest that issue has ever come since I've been watching. I've seen it literally kicked down the road repeatedly. This committee actually picked it up and tried to do something with it. So I would just say I appreciate that. So that's all I have tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are you willing to take any questions from the committee or not at this time?
It's 10:30. Maybe we can just discuss something.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Andrew.
And we can hear from our administrators.
I'm sorry.
Who
Yes,
do their job
Brian.
every
Could
day.
I just make one clarification? With respect to the special education 1.8, the goal, so there's a lot of unknowns with out-of-district students, and we try very hard not to get caught with major deficits that we can't fund. We really try hard to plan, but there are many unknowns.
I know you do.
The goal, when we set aside the 1.8, the goal that I had and I had hoped to achieve with the previous mayor was that we would have $1 million of it that we would be able to save for stabilization. That was the goal, and we didn't know if we would get there or not. And in October, I sat down and I said, I project right now in October, from what I can see, that we will need 800,000 of that. And at the time that was put through, that we would need 800,000, and the city started the process. What happened with that is that we were able to get a separate circuit breaker payment for extraordinary relief, which covered about 600 of that. And it turned out that instead of needing 800, we needed 700. So right now they're moving 100 over, and the extra circuit breaker payment covered the other 600. The one point that I just want to make sure is out there is that extraordinary relief qualification, it comes from being a certain percentage over the previous year. And it's about the amount of money that the state has to actually fund it. Partly why, the reason we were able to hit it this year is because they had raised the tuitions 14% in a very unusual year, which allowed us that extra payment. So I just want to make sure that it's not expected that amount would be remaining. Again, if it was, we would budget and we would plan for it differently. We were very lucky to get an extra $500,000 from the state for this past year in the circuit breaker extra payment.
I understand that, and I appreciate everything that you did to make all that happen. All I'm saying is that is a model that can be used going forward. And again, it would be with the cooperation of the committee, the administration, and of course the city council. The feedback I've received observing the council, certainly when they were reviewing with the school committee a week ago at their meeting the numbers, I felt like this was a good path forward to try to get what everybody needs and to ensure that there is a budget that we can live with and a shared understanding what happens if these other things don't come through. That was my approach. Now it's in the hands of the council, and I guess I will see you Wednesday night to discuss this further.
We will be there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry.
Just Dr. Crowley, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I don't want to hold you up. I just, a couple things. One is, you made a couple comments that I would just like to respond to respectfully. You said my numbers changed today. They did. And I sent you 2 emails today.
Yes, Matt, and just to be clear, I don't say that to be derogatory or accusatory. I'm saying that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a moving target in all these areas. At some point, we have to move forward with a proposed budget. We have to plug some numbers in.
Yes.
And I do understand it's easier, and it might even be preferable, depending what side of the table you're sitting on, to make the number a 0 in terms of what you might get, because then whatever you get above that is gravy. But what that ends up leading to is us setting a budget higher than we find out we actually needed, taking more money from taxpayers than we find out we actually needed, and that's not the way we should be doing things. And again, if it came across that I was saying...
It did.
I apologize for that, Matt. What I meant was...
I'm sitting here, hearing you, listening to you, and we have a good working relationship, but it appeared to me that you were saying that I was not providing you information in real time.
I'm saying...
that it's hard to get information from the school department.
Let me clarify
That's what
again.
I heard.
I'm saying that the numbers change. And let's really talk about this.
Yeah.
The first time redistricting came up, there was a figure of $2 to $4, potentially $3 million that could come about as a result of a full, robust redistricting.
Wow, that would be a hell of a lot of layoffs.
Well, it would. It would be about 35.
No,
That's-
again, no, I don't want to. I don't mean to come across too. I don't. I respect you. I respect your position,
you, Matt.
and I just wanted to let say that. And I don't mean to keep you here. So thank you for.
Listen, we have a great relationship.
Right.
I do respect you. I know how hard you work. And when I suggested that the numbers for each of these buckets are very difficult to identify and nail down, and even more so project into next year, I was using that as an example of how difficult that is.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean,
No offense intended.
fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. At this, Mrs. Chisholm.
And in lieu of time, I mean, I'll turn to Cinderella's, my little pumpkin's going to be out this soon. So we need to do some heavy lifting on this budget, because what we submitted is what we said we need to run. And these numbers that have been taken out already we know aren't true. So there is going to be a cut. And I also take extreme offense for the second time tonight, somebody telling us we don't know how to do my job. I've been doing this job longer than anybody else, except for Michael Moran. So for someone to stand in that seat and say that we're not doing our job right is offensive. And the fact that it's May 23rd and we get our budget number is ridiculous. I don't care how many meetings you have at City Hall. I don't care how many times you get together and chat. We did not get a number as this board, and that's wrong. And hopefully it'll never be repeated. Because if I remember correctly, last year, people were going nuts because we didn't have a number, and we passed it on May 9th of last year. And we had a budget that was approved by the mayor. Granted, we had to make cuts of $1 million. This year it's $2 million. But we did it. And we were ready for the city council last year by May 10th. And we met our obligations so that we could let the contract know for teachers that were going to lose their positions or fear of losing a position. And here we sit May 23rd, and we're told there's $2 million out of our budget. We make those cuts. There's no placeholders in the school committee budget. We get a budget that we have to live with, and that's 12 point something. And so we have to take. Sorry, but the administration that's been so overworked in ridiculous amount of meetings now has to find out where we're going to make those cuts. So I think we're going to have to book another meeting. I think we should end this meeting night before I go completely crazy, and just figure out when we're going to meet to make these cuts. And hopefully the city council won't go any lower than the 12.6. But they're going to hear us loud and clear. And I hope as many parents that were here tonight come to city council and say this is unacceptable. That's my little soapbox, and we will go from there.
Thank you, Mrs. Chisholm. All right. Mr. Moran.
Thank you. If I could, sitting here a little bit longer than Ms. Chisholm has, but obviously, as the mayor indicated, it's a totally new approach. It's a new mayor, it's a new approach. And it's interesting, and it's exciting to see the new approach. Are there flaws in the approach? Of course, someone's going to find flaws in the approach. But I think to Mr. Chisholm's point, what they have before them is what we sent. We have to at least, again, like I do annually, and Mr. Mayor, you sat in the council when hopefully people contacted their counselor, in your case, counselor at large, to please support the school budget, whether it's this number or the next number at the city council level. We're going to do what we have to do, but unless the council is, again, Mr. Aiello, thank you very much for your attentiveness all these times. Unless the council is here, what's going on and what we need. Mr. Mayor, Chuck, you guys were here, you heard these are the needs of the committee. And I actually referenced, Dr. Crowley. Well, what are these principles? What were there once before all this began? Well, I know Wayne Clark wanted a swimming pool up on the roof of the Shamrock, but you guys threw that out right away. So there was wants that we wanted to have for our school department. Our needs are in that budget right now. And again, I'll employ, to my heart content, that people need to contact their counselors, the counselors at large, as well as the mayor's office, to support the school budget when we get a number down to the council. That's my annual soapbox derby right there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Milano.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right. I've lost a copy of my agenda.
Correspondence.
Correspondence. Yes. We received a large number of emails regarding redistricting. The long and short of it was that of the new emails received, we had 3 in support of option 1, 2 against, 1 in support of option 2, none against, none in support of option 3, 11 against, none in support of option 4, 13 against, 4 in support of option 5, 14 against, 23 in support of waiting a year, 9 in support of not doing that. I'd like to thank again the people who wrote in to speak to the committee about this. I understand that there are some who are happy with what we did tonight. There are some who are upset with what we did tonight. I hope that people understand that we made the decisions we did in the best interest of the students of Woburn, and for no other reason than that. And that each committee member voted their conscience and voted what they believe to be in the best interests of the students of Woburn. On that note, what else? What do we got? Is that
Future
it?
agenda items.
Future agenda items. Anyone got anything?
If I could,
Mr.
Mr.
Moran.
Chairman, it's not so much a correspondence. I know this morning the city gathered outside the rink here at the Joyce for a rededication of the O'Brien Ice Rink. I want to thank those people that took part in that. Rick Haggerty, his office, as well as the mayor's office, and many dignitaries showed up for that ceremony today. Great individual there. Along those same lines, tomorrow I'm going to have the opportunity to speak at a school for their coming Memorial Day program. So I want to thank our veterans agent, Bob Davis, for that opportunity. I know he's filled in all of the schools upcoming tomorrow, as well as perhaps next week, to remind our students the importance of Memorial Day and perhaps attend the parade on Monday. That's coming up, so thank you.
I would like to potentially talk about the email we got regarding Good Friday. If we could explore not taking that
We can
as
add that.
a vacation day.
All right. Thank you. We will add that to our future agenda items. Any other future agenda items? All right. Now I think is a time where we would need to talk about when we are going to schedule a budget meeting. We do not have statutory time to add anything before the city council meeting. Perhaps May 30th is a date that works.
We couldn't do it on an emergency basis, because this is an emergency. Unless you want to wait and see if the council cuts us more.
Well,
So you'd be looking at Tuesday?
They're not voting, right?
the meeting on the 29th, and Mr. Mayor, city councilors, correct me if I'm wrong, the meeting on the 29th will involve the city council voting on whether to send the school budget forward. Is that correct, or is it merely for discussion? Discussion. Okay.
No.
All right. So,
May 30th?
does the committee want to move ahead with an emergency posting on May 28th, or wait
9th.
for a regular meeting on May 30th?
30th.
Okay. Can I have a motion to set a meeting?
So moved.
Okay,
7
do I have a
p.m.
second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay,
On the
all in
motion.
favor? On the motion, Mr. Moran.
Sorry, it's just, again, depending on the process at the city council level, perhaps there may be some reductions or whatever, adjustments made to the budget. So if after the discussion on Wednesday night, the administration and the school board find out Wednesday night, it only gives you Thursday. You want us to come back that very next night and discuss it, or is it too soon? Or you want to give the administration a little time to, go through the weeds here? It's just, I know it's getting down to crunch time here, but it's kind of like, again.
We're past crunch time.
The other thing, just,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm so fine. I'm just get your thoughts and ideas on that.
We just voted to redistrict, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, we're going to be a little busy.
Right.
Like, I don't know how many things we can possibly do in one day. And, like, this is early for me.
Yeah.
And I'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30. Like, there's a lot that is going on. And, you know, I'm just articulating that because we're being asked to do
More and more.
more and more and more and more. And it's challenging.
I just don't want the.
I usually don't complain.
No, I just
So,
don't want. I don't want the administration to come in on Thursday night and say, "Well, we're still crunching the numbers. We're
Can
working
the
on things."
administration suggest a date?
Yeah, perhaps.
You tell us.
Or,
well,
I'm just trying to give you guys a break, Mr. Crowley, Dr. Crowley.
Well,
What's the purpose of the meeting, and what information would we need?
I think we,
We need to get to a number that they're going to approve.
So, I mean, I guess I would say, do you need that number before the city council meeting?
No.
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 I mean,
What's the next contract deadline, June?
June 15.
Okay, so we could probably put it off for the first week in June before we have to.
I'm just trying to give you guys a little.
I know.
Thank you.
I appreciate because, like, you know.
It's just like bang, bang.
when is the meeting scheduled for the redistrict? Is that not set yet?
So that, I think we would have to potentially merge those two meetings.
Okay.
And then we will have
So I would say
additional-
that meeting needs to be pretty expeditious. We would need that one pretty soon. So if we're looking to have, right, because I would say you're going to want that
Yeah.
one pretty quick.
So, so I think this is where we need administration input. If we need two meetings, we will do two meetings.
They feel like they're,
Right.
because the timeline of them feel very different.
So why don't we?
Sorry.
Why don't we schedule a meeting to revisit or to look at adjustments made to option one by administration on May 30th? Is there another date that we can propose in early June to take a look at the budget?
So,
Does May 30th work for that?
so it doesn't, personally doesn't work. I have a bereavement. My uncle passed yesterday, so I have, like, life things, so I'm Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
But you can meet without me. I just, like, that's.
We could hold an emergency meeting if we absolutely have to, if that's something, but if you're thinking you need more time than you do for the 28th or something.
I think that my sense is that we need to prioritize the redistrict. And we need to prioritize the meeting for you to review the finalization.
Monday the 3rd?
So
You're going to be up to 2 weeks before school ends.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like
you need us to meet on redistricting next week.
we need to
Because
meet.
families need to be notified
Right,
very, very
right.
quickly.
Monday's a holiday.
Yes.
And again, respectfully, I don't need to, things can move
I'm
without me.
available on the 30th.
But I'm
All
just-
right, so
but
why don't we
I-
do the 30th?
I'm just,
So we'll do the 30th.
Yes, we will do the 30th for a redistricting.
like, I,
Yep.
And then
Just
we can look
Yes.
The following week for.
the following week, either Monday or Tuesday, 3rd or the 4th. Do those work for anyone?
The 4th.
The 4th?
3rd.
Motion to set the meeting.
Okay.
We do it the 3rd.
Either works for me. What's that face? I didn't hear what you said, so
All right, so
no.
All right, so let's have a motion to set a meeting on May 30th for redistricting.
I will make a motion that we meet at, my motion's still on the table, but
That's fine.
May 30th, 7 p.m. to discuss the redistricting minutia.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
All right. All in favor of a meeting on May 30th for redistricting?
Just redistrict.
Just redistricting.
And our questions should be to them and you, potentially, by ASAP.
Yes,
Got it.
ASAP. I
Is this
think.
regarding redistricting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
I think
also
at the
just-
latest Monday.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if also you could just make sure that we have all the correspondence around concerns of option one.
Yes,
And positives, just so that we can do a cross-check of them.
absolutely.
The best-
I will put that together.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I've heard a suggested date for June 4th.
Yep.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
How about the 3rd?
So moved.
I think that motion doesn't
Nope,
work.
second.
No?
Okay, we have a motion for June 4th and a second. All in favor of a meeting to discuss the budget on June 4th, say aye.
7 p.m. Aye.
7 p.m. All right. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Okay.
I just can't.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We're not doing executive session?
Yes, we are.
Well, we
have it.
It is, there it is. Yes, we have an executive session. Okay. Short.
move into executive session to